Hey guys! Tonight we begin with a story that will transport you to a world where every sunrise felt like a gift, where the scratch of quill on parchment was the only sound that mattered, and where a young monk named Aldrich was about to discover that even the quietest lives can hold the most extraordinary secrets. Picture yourself waking not to the harsh buzz of an alarm, but to the gentle tolling of bells drifting across misty fields. The year is 998, and you are Brother Aldrich, 28 years old, your hands already stained permanently with ink, your heart full of words you've never dared to speak aloud. The first thing Aldrich noticed each morning wasn't the light, though it came eventually, creeping through the narrow window of his cell like a shy visitor, but the silence. That profound, almost sacred quiet that settled over St. Dunstan's monastery in the hour before dawn, when even the roosters in the village below seemed to hold their breath. He would lie there on his straw mattress, wrapped in the rough wool blanket that had been his companion for 3 winters now, and listen to that silence as if it were music. Sometimes, if he concentrated hard enough, he could hear the faint whisper of Brother Marcus turning pages in the scriptorium below, or the distant lowing of cattle in the fields beyond Thornwick village. But mostly there was just the silence, and Aldrich had learned to love it the way other men loved wine, or women, or the ring of steel on steel. This particular morning, though he didn't know it yet, would be the last time he would wake to such perfect quiet. The bell tower of St. Dunstan's began its gentle call to lauds, and Aldrich rose as he always did, his movements practiced and economical. His cell was small, barely large enough for his bed, a wooden chest for his few possessions, and a narrow shelf that held his most precious belongings. A small wooden cross his mother had carved for him, a collection of smooth stones he'd gathered from the stream that ran past the monastery, and a single book of poems that Brother Anselm had given him when he'd first arrived here as a frightened boy of 16. He dressed in the dim light, pulling on his rough brown habit, tying the rope belt around his waist with fingers that moved automatically while his mind wandered to the work that waited for him. Today, like every day for the past 3 years, he would spend his morning hours in the scriptorium, copying manuscripts with the careful precision that had made him Brother Anselm's most trusted scribe. But first, there was the walk to the chapel, and it was during this walk that Aldrich experienced what he privately thought of as his daily resurrection. The monastery corridors were carved from local stone, and in the early morning light that filtered through the high windows, they seemed to glow with their own inner warmth. Aldrich's bare feet, for the brothers of St. Dunstan's wore no shoes except in the deepest winter, whispered against the worn stones as he made his way toward the chapel. The walls here were thick enough to keep out the worst of the weather, but thin enough that he could feel the pulse of the world beyond them, the turning of the seasons, the rhythm of rain and sun, the great breathing of the earth itself. As he walked, Aldrich found himself thinking about time. Not the measured time of bells and prayers and canonical hours, but the deeper time that moved like a river beneath the surface of daily life. He thought about the monks who had walked these same corridors 100 years ago, their feet wearing smooth the very stones he now touched. He thought about the village below, where families were beginning to stir in their small houses, where children were waking to another day of work and play, and the 1,000 small dramas that made up a human life. And he thought, as he often did, about the stories. Brother Aldrich had always been drawn to stories the way other men were drawn to gold or glory. Even as a child, growing up in a small village much like Thornwick, he had been the one who lingered by the fire when the traveling storytellers came through, memorizing every word, every gesture, every pause and inflection. His mother used to joke that he collected stories the way other children collected stones or bird feathers, hoarding them away in some secret part of his mind where they would grow and change and take on lives of their own. When he'd come to St. Dunstan's, Brother Anselm had recognized this gift immediately. "You have the hands of a scribe," the old monk had told him during his first week, examining Aldrich's long, careful fingers. "But more than that, you have the heart of one. You understand that every word we copy is a small act of preservation, a way of keeping the light burning in dark times." Now, as Aldrich entered the chapel and took his place among the other brothers, he felt that familiar sense of connection to something larger than himself. The chapel was small. St. Dunstan's was not a wealthy monastery, but it was beautiful in its simplicity. The altar was made of the same local stone as the walls, polished smooth by generations of reverent hands. Above it hung a wooden crucifix that Brother Thomas had carved from an oak tree that had been struck by lightning, and the morning light, streaming through the single stained glass window, cast patterns of blue and gold across the floor. The service of lauds was brief, as it always was, but Aldrich found himself paying particular attention to the words this morning. "Let my prayer be set forth before thee as incense," the brothers chanted in unison, their voices blending into something that was more than the sum of its parts. "And the lifting up of my hands as the evening sacrifice." As incense. The phrase stayed with him as the service ended, and the brothers filed out to begin their daily work. There was something about the idea of prayer rising like smoke, carrying with it all the hopes and fears and small desperations of human hearts, that spoke to something deep in Aldrich's chest. The scriptorium was Aldrich's favorite place in the monastery, and as he entered it that morning, he felt a familiar sense of coming home. The room was long and narrow, with tall windows along one wall that caught the morning light and held it like cupped hands. There were 6 desks arranged in 2 rows, each equipped with the tools of the scribe's trade. Quills cut from goose feathers, pots of ink made from oak galls and iron, rulers and knives for preparing parchment, and small pots of sand for blotting wet ink. Brother Anselm was already at his desk, his white head bent over a manuscript that Aldrich recognized as a copy of Augustine's Confessions. The old monk looked up as Aldrich entered, and his face creased into the gentle smile that had been Aldrich's first introduction to the kindness that lived at the heart of this place. "Good morning, my boy," Brother Anselm said, his voice still rough with sleep. "I trust you slept well?" "Well enough, brother," Aldrich replied, settling at his own desk and beginning the familiar ritual of preparing his materials for the day's work. He selected a quill from the small bundle in his desk drawer, testing its point against his thumb, then reached for his knife to trim it to the perfect angle. The movements were automatic now, performed without conscious thought, leaving his mind free to wander. "What shall I work on today?" he asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. For the past month, he had been copying a collection of sermons by John Chrysostom, work that required careful attention to both the Latin text and the elaborate initial letters that began each section. "Actually," Brother Anselm said, setting down his own quill and turning to face Aldrich fully, "I have something different for you today. Something rather special, I think." Aldrich felt a small flutter of excitement in his chest. In the 3 years he had been working as a scribe, he had copied everything from psalters to chronicles to treatises on agriculture. But Brother Anselm's tone suggested that today's work would be something out of the ordinary. The old monk rose from his desk and walked to a large wooden chest that sat against the far wall of the scriptorium. Aldrich had always wondered what treasures might be hidden in that chest. He had seen Brother Anselm retrieve various manuscripts from it over the years, but never anything that seemed particularly remarkable. Now, as the old monk lifted the heavy lid and began searching through its contents, Aldrich found himself holding his breath. "Ah," Brother Anselm said at last, his voice filled with satisfaction. "Here it is." He withdrew a manuscript that looked older than anything Aldrich had ever seen. The parchment was yellowed with age, and the binding was cracked and worn, but there was something about it that made Aldrich's pulse quicken. Even from across the room, he could see that the text was written in an unfamiliar hand, with decorative elements that seemed to dance across the page. "This," Brother Anselm said, carrying the manuscript to Aldrich's desk with the reverence usually reserved for sacred relics, "is a copy of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle that was made here at St. Dunstan's nearly 200 years ago. It contains accounts of events that happened in this very region, battles and kings and ordinary people whose names have been preserved in these pages like flowers pressed between sheets of parchment." Aldrich reached out to touch the manuscript, then stopped himself, suddenly aware of the ink stains on his fingers. "It's beautiful," he said softly. "But why are you showing it to me?" Brother Anselm smiled. "Because I want you to make a new copy. The original is deteriorating, as you can see, and we cannot afford to lose these stories. They are part of who we are, part of the long chain of memory that connects us to our ancestors and will, God willing, connect us to our descendants." As Aldrich opened the manuscript and began to read, he felt as though he were opening a door to another world. The text was written in Old English, which he could read well enough, though it required concentration. But it wasn't the language that captured his attention. It was the stories themselves. Here were accounts of Viking raids and royal marriages, of famines and festivals, of ordinary people living extraordinary lives in times that seemed both impossibly distant and startlingly familiar. There was a passage about a monk named Dunstan, perhaps the very saint for whom their monastery was named, who had once lived in this region and performed miracles that the chronicler described with matter-of-fact precision. There was a story about a great storm that had destroyed half the harvest one year, and how the people of Thornwick had survived the winter that followed through a combination of careful planning and what the chronicler called the grace of God and the kindness of neighbors. But it was a brief passage near the end of the chronicle that made Aldrich's breath catch in his throat. It was dated to the year 897, exactly 101 years ago, and it described events that had taken place in Thornwick itself. In this year came the Danes to Thornwick in the time of harvest, and there was great fear among the people. But Aelfred the smith, being a man of courage, gathered the young men of the village and stood against them, and by God's grace the Danes were turned back, though not without loss. Aelfred himself was sorely wounded, and died 3 days after the battle. He was buried in the churchyard at Thornwick, and his son Osric took up his father's hammer and his place among the defenders of the realm. Aldrich read the passage 3 times, his mind racing. Aelfred the smith. The name seemed to echo in his memory, though he couldn't quite place where he had heard it before. And then, suddenly, he remembered. There was still a blacksmith in Thornwick, a man named Godwin whose family had worked iron in the village for as long as anyone could remember. Could this Aelfred be his ancestor? Was the blood of that long-ago hero still flowing in the veins of the man who, even now, was probably lighting his forge and beginning another day's work? The thought filled Aldrich with a strange excitement. For 3 years he had lived in this monastery, looking down at Thornwick from his high window, watching the daily life of the village unfold below him like a slow-moving tapestry. He knew the faces of the villagers, could recognize them at a distance by their gait or the way they carried themselves. But he had never really thought about their stories, about the long chains of memory and blood and tradition that connected them to the past. Now, suddenly, the village below seemed transformed. Every house, every field, every face carried within it the weight of history. The blacksmith's shop, where smoke rose each morning, was not just a place where tools were made and horses shod. It was a link in a chain that stretched back through the generations to a man named Alfred, who had died defending his home against Viking raiders. Aldrich spent the rest of the morning reading through the chronicle, making notes about passages that would require special care in copying, planning the layout of the new manuscript. But part of his mind was elsewhere, wandering through the village below, imagining the stories that might be hidden in every cottage and barn and workshop. When the bell rang for sext, the midday prayer, Aldrich realized with surprise that the morning had passed without his noticing. He carefully closed the chronicle and placed it in the wooden box that Brother Anselm had provided for its protection, then joined the other brothers for the short walk to the chapel. As they filed into the small sanctuary, Aldrich found himself looking at his fellow monks with new eyes. Brother Marcus, who worked in the monastery's garden and could make anything grow, even in the poorest soil. What stories might his family carry? Brother Thomas, the carpenter who had carved the crucifix that hung above the altar, had his ancestors also worked with wood, shaping the beams of houses and the handles of tools that had served the people of this region for generations. The prayers of sext were brief, but Aldrich found himself paying careful attention to the words, thinking about how they too were part of a chain of memory that stretched back through the centuries. How many voices had spoken these same words? How many hearts had found comfort in these familiar rhythms? After the service, instead of returning immediately to the scriptorium, Aldrich made his way to the monastery's small library. It was really just a single room lined with wooden shelves, but it contained the accumulated wisdom of St. Dunstan's, copies of the Gospels and the writings of the Church Fathers, chronicles and treatises, books of poetry, and collections of sermons. Brother Anselm had given him permission to read freely from the collection, and over the years, Aldrich had worked his way through most of the volumes. Today, he was looking for something specific. He remembered seeing, somewhere among these shelves, a collection of local legends and folk tales that one of the brothers had compiled years ago. It had seemed unimportant to him at the time, mere entertainment compared to the serious theological works that surrounded it. But now he found himself curious about what stories it might contain. He found the volume on a high shelf, wedged between a commentary on the Psalms and a treatise on beekeeping. It was a slim book, bound in simple brown leather, with a title written in faded ink. Tales and Legends of the Wessex Lands. The author was listed as Brother Aldhelm, a name Aldrich didn't recognize. He carried the book to a small reading desk by the window and opened it carefully. The first few pages contained stories he had heard before in various forms, tales of King Arthur and his knights, legends of saints and miracles, the kinds of stories that traveling minstrels told in great halls and village squares. But as he read deeper into the collection, he began to find stories that were more specific to this region, tales that seemed to be rooted in real places and real events. There was a story about a hidden treasure buried somewhere in the hills above Thornwick, left there by a Saxon king fleeing from Viking raiders. There was a tale about a wise woman who had once lived in the forest and could speak with animals and heal any sickness with her knowledge of herbs. And there was a story about a great battle fought on the very hill where St. Dunstan's monastery now stood, where the forces of light and darkness had clashed in the early days of the world. But it was the last story in the collection that made Aldrich's pulse quicken. It was titled simply The Smith's Courage, and as he read the opening lines, he realized that it was a retelling of the same events described in the chronicle he had been reading that morning. In the days when the Danes came like wolves from the sea, there lived in Thornwick a smith named Aelfred, whose hammer rang from dawn to dusk, and whose heart was as strong as the iron he shaped. When word came that the raiders had landed on the coast and were moving inland, burning and pillaging as they came, the people of Thornwick were filled with fear. The story that followed was longer and more detailed than the chronicle's brief account, filled with dialogue and description that brought the events to life. Aldrich could almost see Aelfred standing before his forge, his face grim with determination, as he spoke to the young men of the village. He could almost hear the ring of weapons being forged in desperate haste, the sound of prayers being whispered in the darkness before the battle. But what struck him most was the way the story ended. In the chronicle, Aelfred's death was recorded with simple, factual language. Aelfred himself was sorely wounded and died 3 days after the battle. But in Brother Aldhelm's retelling, there was something more. And as Aelfred lay dying, his son Osric knelt beside him and promised that he would take up his father's work, not only the shaping of iron, but the protection of the innocent and the defense of the realm. And Aelfred smiled and said, "The hammer passes from hand to hand, my son, but the work goes on forever." And with those words, he gave up his spirit to God. Aldrich closed the book and sat in silence for a long moment, watching the dust motes dance in the afternoon sunlight that streamed through the library window. There was something about that final line. "The hammer passes from hand to hand, my son, but the work goes on forever." That seemed to resonate in his chest like the echo of a bell. He thought about the chronicle he would spend the coming weeks copying, preserving those ancient words for future generations. He thought about the blacksmith in Thornwick below, whose hammer even now might be ringing out the same rhythms that his ancestor had known. He thought about the long chain of memory and tradition that connected past to present to future, and about his own small place in that vast continuum. When he returned to the scriptorium for the afternoon's work, Brother Anselm looked up from his own copying with a questioning expression. "You seem thoughtful today, my boy," the old monk observed. "Did you find something interesting in your reading?" Aldrich settled at his desk and reached for his quill. "I was thinking about stories," he said, "about how they connect us to each other and to the past, about how every person carries within them the echoes of all the lives that came before." Brother Anselm smiled. "Ah," he said, "you're beginning to understand why we do this work, why we spend our days copying words that others have written, preserving stories that might otherwise be lost. We are not just scribes, Aldrich. We are guardians of memory." As Aldrich began to work on his copy of the chronicle, carefully forming each letter with the precision that Brother Anselm had taught him, he found himself thinking about the village below. From his high window, he could see the smoke rising from the blacksmith's forge, could see the small figures of people going about their daily business in the streets and fields of Thornwick. Tomorrow, he decided, he would ask Brother Anselm for permission to visit the village, not as a monk on official business, but simply as a man curious about the stories that lived in the hearts of his neighbors. He wanted to meet this Godwin the blacksmith, to see if he carried any memory of his ancestor Alfred. He wanted to walk the streets where that long-ago battle had been fought, to stand in the places where history had been made by ordinary people doing extraordinary things. The afternoon passed quickly as Aldrich lost himself in the rhythm of copying. The chronicle's language was archaic but not difficult, and he found himself becoming absorbed in the stories it contained. There were accounts of kings and battles, of course, but also smaller, more intimate tales. A record of a particularly harsh winter and how the people had survived it. A description of a festival celebrating a good harvest. A brief mention of a wedding between two prominent families that had united their lands and ended a long-standing feud. As the light began to fade and the time for vespers approached, Aldrich carefully cleaned his quill and capped his ink pot. He had completed 3 pages of copying, and the work felt good in his hands. Each letter was a small act of preservation, each word a link in the chain that connected past to future. As he walked to the chapel for evening prayers, Aldrich found himself looking forward to the night ahead. After Compline, the final service of the day, he would have a few hours of free time before sleep. Perhaps he would return to the library and read more of Brother Aldhelm's collection of tales, or perhaps he would simply sit by his window and look down at the village, imagining the stories that were even now unfolding in the houses below. The service of Vespers was particularly beautiful that evening. The chapel was filled with the warm glow of candles, and the brothers' voices seemed to blend together in perfect harmony as they chanted the ancient words. "Oh, come, let us sing unto the Lord," they sang. "Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation." As Aldrich added his voice to theirs, he thought about all the other voices that had sung these same words in this same place over the years. He thought about the monks who had built this monastery, who had chosen this hill overlooking Thornwick as a place where they could live and work and pray. He thought about the villagers below, many of whom would be gathering in their own small church for evening prayers, their voices rising in the same ancient rhythms. After the service, as the brothers filed out of the chapel and went their separate ways, some to private prayer, others to reading, still others to the small tasks that kept the monastery running, Aldrich made his way back to his cell. But instead of settling down with a book or beginning his own evening prayers, he went to his narrow window and looked out over the village below. Thornwick was settling into evening quiet. Smoke rose from chimneys, carrying with it the sense of cooking food and burning wood. Here and there, the warm glow of firelight showed through windows, and Aldrich could imagine the families gathered around their hearths, sharing the day's news, telling stories, living the small dramas that made up human life. Somewhere down there, Godwin the blacksmith was probably banking his forge for the night, his day's work done. Somewhere, children were being tucked into bed with lullabies that their grandmothers had sung to their own children. Somewhere, lovers were stealing moments together in the gathering darkness, making promises that they hoped would last forever. And somewhere, in ways both seen and unseen, the past was reaching forward into the present, connecting all these lives to the long chain of memory and tradition that stretched back through the generations. As Aldrich stood at his window, watching the last light fade from the sky above Thornwick, he felt a deep sense of contentment settle over him. Tomorrow he would continue his work on the Chronicle, preserving those ancient stories for future generations. Tomorrow he would ask Brother Anselm for permission to visit the village, to meet the people whose ancestors lived in the pages he was copying. But tonight, it was enough simply to stand here and feel the weight of all those stories, all those lives, all those connections that bound the past to the present and the present to the future. Tonight, it was enough to be a small part of something larger than himself, a single link in the great chain of human memory. The bell tower began to toll the hour. 8 chimes that echoed across the valley and faded into silence. Soon it would be time for compline, the final service of the day, and then the great silence would descend over the monastery, lasting until morning prayers. But for now, Aldrich remained at his window, watching over the village below like a guardian angel, thinking about stories and time and the mysterious ways that human lives touch and shape each other across the centuries. In the distance, a dog barked once, and then fell silent. A baby cried briefly and was comforted. The normal sounds of evening in a small village, sounds that had been heard in this place for hundreds of years, and would, God willing, be heard for hundreds more. And in his cell, high above it all, Brother Aldrich smiled and whispered a prayer of gratitude for the gift of stories, for the privilege of preserving them, and for the mysterious grace that had brought him to this place where he could spend his days copying the words that connected all human hearts across the vast expanse of time. As Brother Aldrich settles into his evening prayers, we leave him on the threshold of discovery, unaware that tomorrow will bring him face to face with the living descendants of the heroes whose stories he has spent the day copying. Sometimes the most profound journeys begin not with a single step, but with a single story that opens our eyes to the connections that have always been there, waiting for us to notice them. The Blacksmith's Son. The morning after Aldrich's discovery brought with it a mist so thick that the village below seemed to have vanished entirely, swallowed by clouds that had descended in the night like a gentle benediction. As he stood at his window after lauds, Aldrich could see nothing beyond the monastery walls except white silence, as if the world had been reborn overnight into something softer and more mysterious. It was Brother Anselm who suggested that this might be the perfect day for Aldrich's visit to the village. "The mist will lift by mid-morning," the old monk said as they prepared their materials in the scriptorium. "And I think it would do you good to walk among the people whose stories you're preserving. Sometimes we understand words better when we can see the faces of those who lived them." Aldrich felt a flutter of nervous excitement in his chest. In his 3 years at St. Dunstan's, he had rarely ventured beyond the monastery walls except for the occasional trip to gather herbs or collect supplies from traveling merchants. The village below had been a distant tableau, beautiful but separate from his daily life. Now, suddenly, it was about to become real in a way it had never been before. "Should I wear my habit?" he asked, and immediately felt foolish for the question. Of course he would wear his habit. It was who he was, how the world knew him. But Brother Anselm seemed to understand the deeper question behind the words. "You are going not as Brother Aldrich the monk," he said gently, "but as Aldrich the man who loves stories. Let that be enough." The path down from the monastery was steep and winding, carved into the hillside by generations of feet. Monks carrying supplies, villagers bringing offerings, pilgrims seeking blessing or sanctuary. As Aldrich descended through the lifting mist, he found himself thinking about all the others who had walked this same path before him, each carrying their own hopes and fears and small purposes. The mist clung to the valley like a living thing, revealing the village piece by piece as he walked. First came the sound, the distant ring of a hammer on anvil, the lowing of cattle, the bark of a dog, the voices of children at play. Then came glimpses. the corner of a thatched roof emerging from the white, the dark bulk of the church tower, the thin line of smoke rising from what must be the blacksmith's forge. By the time Aldrich reached the village proper, the mist had lifted enough to reveal Thornwick in all its morning glory. It was smaller than it had seemed from above. Perhaps 30 houses clustered around a central green where a few sheep grazed under the watchful eye of a boy who couldn't have been more than 10 years old. The houses were built of local stone and timber, their thatched roofs golden in the strengthening sunlight, their gardens bright with late summer flowers and the green of growing vegetables. But it was the forge that drew Aldrich's attention, just as he had known it would. The building was larger than the other workshops in the village, built of stone with a high roof to accommodate the great chimney that even now was sending a steady column of smoke into the morning air. The doors stood open, and from within came the rhythmic ring of metal on metal, a sound that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. Aldrich approached slowly, suddenly uncertain of his welcome. What would he say? How did one introduce oneself to a stranger and ask about ancestors who had died a century ago? But as he drew near the open doors, the hammering stopped, and a voice called out from within. "Well, now, that's a sight we don't see often. A brother from the hill come down to visit us common folk." The voice was warm and amused rather than hostile, and Aldrich felt some of his nervousness ease as he stepped into the doorway of the forge. The interior was a cavern of controlled fire and shadow, lit by the red glow of the great hearth that dominated one wall. Tools hung from every available surface, hammers of every size and weight, tongs and files and mysterious implements whose purposes Aldrich could only guess at. The air was thick with the scent of burning charcoal and hot metal, and despite the open doors, the heat was almost overwhelming. At the center of it all stood a man who could only be Godwin the blacksmith. He was perhaps 40 years old, with the broad shoulders and powerful arms that came from a lifetime of working iron. His face was streaked with soot, and his leather apron bore the scars of countless sparks and flying fragments of hot metal. But it was his eyes that caught Aldrich's attention, intelligent, curious eyes that seemed to see more than they revealed. "Brother Aldrich," he said, setting down his hammer and wiping his hands on a cloth. "From St. Dunstan's, unless I miss my guess. I'm Godwin, as you've probably heard. What brings you down from your high perch to visit us earthbound souls?" Aldrich found himself smiling at the man's easy manner. "I'm working on copying an old chronicle," he said, "and I found some stories about this village that made me curious. Stories about people who lived here long ago." "Ah," Godwin said, his eyes lighting with interest. "You've come to the right place, then. My family's been working iron in this village for more generations than anyone can count. What kind of stories did you find?" Before Aldrich could answer, another voice spoke from the shadows at the back of the forge. "Father, who's our visitor?" A young man emerged into the light, and Aldrich felt his breath catch slightly. The newcomer was perhaps 20 years old, with his father's broad shoulders but a leaner build that spoke of youth rather than the settled strength of middle age. His hair was dark and unruly, his face streaked with soot like his father's, but there was something in his bearing, a restless energy, a sense of barely contained motion that set him apart from the solid, grounded presence of the older blacksmith. "This is Brother Aldrich from the monastery," Godwin said. "Brother, meet my son Aelred. He's been helping me in the forge since he was old enough to hold a hammer, though I suspect his heart lies elsewhere these days." Aelred stepped forward and inclined his head respectfully, but Aldrich caught something in his expression. A flicker of embarrassment, perhaps, or frustration. "Father exaggerates," the young man said. "I'm grateful for the trade he's taught me." But even as he spoke the words, Aldrich could sense the tension beneath them. There was a story here, he realized. Not an ancient tale from a dusty chronicle, but a living drama playing out between father and son, between tradition and aspiration, between the weight of the past and the pull of an uncertain future. "The stories I found," Aldrich said, addressing both men but watching Aelred's reaction carefully, "were about a blacksmith named Aelfred, who lived here about 100 years ago. He fought against Viking raiders and died defending the village." The effect of his words was immediate and dramatic. Godwin's face lit up with pride and recognition, while Aelred's expression grew complicated in a way that Aldrich couldn't quite read. "Aelfred the Bold," Godwin said, his voice warm with affection for an ancestor he had never met. "My great-great-grandfather, if the family stories are true." "Aye, brother, you've found the right family indeed. That story's been passed down through 4 generations of smiths, each one adding his own details until it's grown into quite a tale." "Tell him, father," Aelred said, and there was something in his voice, a note of challenge, perhaps, or testing. "Tell him about the great hero and his noble sacrifice." Godwin shot his son a sharp look, but when he turned back to Aldrich, his expression was mild. "Would you like to hear it, brother? The story as my grandfather told it to me?" Aldrich nodded eagerly, and Godwin gestured toward a rough wooden bench that sat against one wall of the forge. As they settled themselves, the blacksmith's eyes grew distant, as if he were looking back through the years to a time he had never seen, but somehow knew as well as his own memories. "It was the summer of 897, he began, his voice taking on the rhythm of a tale often told. The Danes had been raiding up and down the coast all season, burning villages and carrying off whatever they could find. Word came to Thornwick that they were moving inland, following the river valleys, taking everything in their path." As Godwin spoke, Aldrich found himself watching Aelred's face. The young man had clearly heard this story many times before, but he listened with an attention that seemed almost painful in its intensity, as if he were trying to memorize every word. Now, Aelfred was not a young man, Godwin continued. He had seen perhaps 40 summers, and his hair was already touched with gray. But he was strong from his work at the forge, and more than that, he was respected in the village. When the word came about the Danes, it was to Aelfred that the people looked for leadership. The blacksmith paused to poke at the fire in his forge, sending up a shower of sparks that danced in the dim air like tiny stars. Aelfred gathered all the young men of the village, farmers and craftsmen, shepherds and merchants' sons. He armed them with whatever weapons he could forge in the time they had, and he spoke to them about courage and duty and the defense of home. "And they fought," Aelred said quietly, his voice barely audible above the whisper of the bellows. "And Aelfred died." "Aye," Godwin said, his voice heavy with old sorrow. "They fought, and they won, but the victory came at a price. Aelfred took a spear thrust to the chest in the final charge, and though the Danes were driven off, he lingered for 3 days before he died. They say his last words were to his son Osric, my great-grandfather. He told him to take up the hammer and continue the work." "The work," Aelred repeated, and now there was definitely something bitter in his voice. "Always the work." Aldrich looked between father and son, sensing undercurrents he didn't fully understand. "It must be a great honor," he said carefully, "to carry on such a tradition, to know that your family has served this community for so many generations." "Honor," Aelred said, and laughed, but there was no humor in the sound. "Aye, brother, there's honor in it. Honor and duty, and the weight of every hammer blow that came before." Godwin's expression grew stern. "Aelred," he said, a warning in his voice. But the young man seemed past caring about warnings. He stood abruptly and walked to the forge, staring into the red heart of the fire as if he could see something there that the others could not. "Do you know what it's like, brother?" he said without turning around. "To wake every morning to the sound of your father's hammer, knowing that someday soon, it will be your hammer, your fire, your life spent shaping iron for other men's purposes. Do you know what it's like to have your whole future laid out before you like a road you never chose to walk?" The pain in his voice was so raw that Aldrich felt it like a physical blow. He looked at Godwin and saw the older man's face creased with worry and something that might have been grief. "Aelred has been restless lately," Godwin said quietly. "He's a good lad and skilled with the iron, but his heart—" He shrugged helplessly. "His heart dreams of other things." "What things?" Aldrich asked gently. Aelred turned from the fire, and in his eyes Aldrich saw the same wild longing that he sometimes glimpsed in his own mirror. "I want to see the world, brother. I want to know what lies beyond these hills and valleys. I want to hear the stories that are being made in other places, by other people. I want to be more than just another link in a chain that stretches back to the beginning of time." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with yearning and frustration. Aldrich found himself thinking of his own journey to the monastery, of the choice he had made to leave his family's farm and seek a different kind of life. But that had been different, hadn't it? He had been called to his vocation, drawn by something deeper than mere restlessness. Or had he? Looking back now, he wondered if his own calling had been as much about escape as about devotion. Had he too been running from the weight of expectation, from a future that seemed as fixed and unchangeable as iron? "There's no shame in such feelings," he said at last. "Every young man wonders about the world beyond his home, but sometimes the greatest adventures are found not in distant places, but in learning to see the familiar with new eyes." Aelred's expression grew skeptical. "Easy words from a man who chose his own path. You could have stayed on your family's farm, brother, but you didn't. You came to the monastery because something called to you. What if nothing calls to me except the road itself?" Before Aldrich could answer, the sound of footsteps on the cobblestones outside announced the arrival of another visitor. A young woman appeared in the doorway of the forge, and Aldrich felt the entire atmosphere of the place shift in some subtle but unmistakable way. She was perhaps 18 years old, with the kind of beauty that seemed to grow from within rather than being merely painted on the surface. Her hair was the color of honey in sunlight, braided with ribbons that matched the deep blue of her dress. But it was her eyes that caught Aldrich's attention. Intelligent, observant eyes that seemed to take in everything and judge it with quiet wisdom. "Winfleda," Godwin said, his voice warming with genuine affection. "Come in, child. We have a visitor from the monastery." The young woman stepped into the forge and curtsied gracefully to Aldrich. "Brother," she said, her voice soft but clear, "I'm Winfleda, daughter of Osmond the Weaver. I hope I'm not interrupting." "Not at all," Aldrich said, rising to return her greeting. "I was just hearing about your village's history." "Ah," she said, and her eyes flicked briefly to Aelred before returning to Aldrich. The old stories. They have a way of shaping the present, don't they? There was something in her tone that suggested layers of meaning, and Aldrich found himself studying her face more carefully. There was intelligence there, certainly, but also something else. A kind of quiet strength that reminded him of the women in the scriptures who had changed the course of history through wisdom rather than force. "I brought the cloth you ordered, Master Godwin," she said, producing a bundle wrapped in rough linen. "Father finished it yesterday evening." As Godwin unwrapped the bundle, Aldrich saw that it contained a length of fine wool cloth, dyed a deep green and woven with a subtle pattern that seemed to shift and change in the firelight. Even to his untrained eye, it was clearly work of exceptional quality. "Beautiful as always," Godwin said, running the cloth through his fingers with the appreciation of one craftsman for another's skill. "Your father's work gets finer every year." "He says the same about your ironwork," Winfleda replied. But her attention seemed to be focused on Aelred, who had returned to his work at the anvil, with perhaps more concentration than the simple horseshoe he was shaping actually required. Aldrich watched the interplay between the three young people, for Godwin, despite his 40 years, seemed young compared to the weight of tradition and expectation that filled the forge, and began to sense the outlines of another story. There was something between Aelred and Winfleda, some connection that went deeper than the casual friendship of neighbors. But there was also tension there, a sense of things unsaid and decisions unmade. "Brother Aldrich is copying an old chronicle," Godwin said, apparently oblivious to the undercurrents swirling around his forge. He found the story of Aelfred the Bold. Winfleda's eyes brightened with interest. "How wonderful! I love the old stories. There's something about them that makes the past feel alive, don't you think? As if the people who lived those lives are still with us somehow, still influencing the choices we make." "Do you know many of the old stories?" Aldrich asked. "Some," she said, and there was a note of modesty in her voice that suggested she knew more than she was admitting. "My grandmother was a great storyteller. She used to say that stories were like threads in a great tapestry, each one connected to all the others, weaving together to make a picture too large for any one person to see completely." The metaphor struck Aldrich as particularly apt, coming from the daughter of a weaver. "That's a beautiful way to think about it," he said. "I've been wondering about those connections myself, about how the past reaches forward into the present, and how the present reaches back into the past," Winfleda added. "After all, we're the ones who choose which stories to remember, which ones to tell our children. In a way, we're constantly remaking history, deciding what it means and how it should shape the future." Aldrich stared at her in surprise. It was a sophisticated observation, the kind of insight he might have expected from Brother Anselm or one of the other learned monks, but not from a village girl, however intelligent she might be. "You speak like someone who has thought deeply about such things," he said. Winfleda colored slightly, as if she had revealed more than she intended. I enjoy thinking about ideas," she said. "Sometimes I wonder what it would be like to read the old chronicles myself, to see the stories as they were first written down." There was something wistful in her voice, and Aldrich felt a sudden stab of recognition. Here was another person trapped by the circumstances of birth and gender, dreaming of possibilities that seemed forever out of reach. How many brilliant minds, he wondered, were hidden away in villages like this one, their potential never realized because they had been born in the wrong place or the wrong time, or the wrong body. "Can you read?" he asked gently. The question seemed to hang in the air like smoke from the forge. Winfleda glanced quickly at Aelred, then at Godwin before looking back at Aldrich. "A little," she said quietly. "My grandmother taught me before she died. She said knowledge was like a flame. It could be passed from one person to another, but only if someone was willing to share it." The admission was clearly a significant one. Literacy was rare enough among men outside the church. Among women, it was almost unheard of. That Winfleda could read at all marked her as exceptional, and Aldrich found himself wondering what other secrets might be hidden behind her modest demeanor. "That's remarkable," he said. "Your grandmother sounds like a wise woman." "She was," Winfleda said, her voice soft with memory. "She used to say that stories were the only things that could never be taken away from you, as long as you kept them alive in your heart." Aelred had stopped his hammering and was listening to the conversation with an expression that Aldrich couldn't quite read. There was admiration there, certainly, but also something that might have been frustration or even envy. "Winfleda knows more stories than anyone in the village," he said. "Sometimes I think she lives more in the past than in the present." There was an edge to his words that made Winfleda flinch slightly. "At least the past offers heroes worth admiring," she said quietly. "Men who knew what they were fighting for and weren't afraid to sacrifice everything for it." The barb found its mark. Aelred's face darkened, and he turned back to his work with perhaps more force than necessary, sending sparks flying across the forge. Godwin, who had been listening to this exchange with growing unease, cleared his throat diplomatically. "Perhaps, brother, you'd like to see some of the work we do here. I could show you how we forge the tools that keep the village running." Aldrich sensed that the older man was trying to defuse the tension between his son and Winfleda, and he gratefully accepted the diversion. For the next hour, Godwin walked him through the mysteries of the blacksmith's craft, explaining how iron was heated and shaped, how different tools were made for different purposes, how the rhythm of the work connected the craftsmen to generations of smiths who had come before. It was fascinating work, and Aldrich found himself thinking about the parallels between what Godwin did and his own labor in the scriptorium. Both involved taking raw materials, iron or parchment, and shaping them into something useful and beautiful. Both required patience and skill, and a deep understanding of the medium. And both connected the craftsman to a tradition that stretched back through the centuries. But as he watched Aelred work, the young man's movements were fluid and practiced, his skill obvious even to an untrained observer. Aldrich could see the source of the conflict that simmered beneath the surface of the forge. Here was a young man who was clearly gifted at his father's trade, but who felt trapped by it, limited by it, defined by it in ways that chafed against his sense of who he might become. Winfleda remained throughout the demonstration, asking intelligent questions and offering observations that showed her deep familiarity with the work. It was clear that she had spent many hours in this forge, watching and learning, and Aldrich began to understand that her relationship with this family went deeper than mere neighborly friendship. As the morning wore on and the sun climbed higher in the sky, Aldrich became aware that he should return to the monastery. Brother Anselm would be expecting him for the midday meal, and there was still work to be done on the chronicle. But he found himself reluctant to leave, drawn by the complex dynamics he had discovered in this simple village forge. "I should go," he said at last, rising from the bench where he had been sitting. "Thank you for sharing your stories with me, and for showing me your craft. It's given me a new appreciation for the chronicle I'm copying." "You're welcome any time, brother." Godwin said warmly. "It's been a pleasure to talk with someone who appreciates the old tales." Aelred looked up from his work, his face streaked with fresh soot. "Will you come back?" he asked, and there was something in his voice that suggested the question was more important than it might seem. "I hope so," Aldrich said. "I'd like to hear more stories, if you're willing to share them." "Oh, we have plenty of stories," Winfleda said, and there was a note of something, mischief perhaps, or challenge in her voice. "Some of them might even surprise you." As Aldrich made his way back up the hill toward the monastery, he found his mind churning with everything he had seen and heard. The simple visit he had planned had become something much more complex, opening windows into lives and relationships that were far richer and more complicated than he had imagined. He thought about Aelred's restless energy, his obvious skill at his father's trade, and his equally obvious dissatisfaction with the path that tradition had laid out for him. He thought about Winfleda's quiet intelligence, her hidden literacy, and the way she seemed to see patterns and connections that others missed. And he thought about Godwin, caught between love for his son and the weight of generations of expectation. But most of all, he thought about the way the past and present seemed to intersect in that forge. How the story of Aelfred the Bold continued to shape the lives of his descendants a century after his death. The chronicle he was copying wasn't just a record of ancient events. It was a living document that continued to influence the choices people made, the dreams they pursued, and the conflicts they faced. As he reached the monastery gates and prepared to return to his work in the scriptorium, Aldrich realized that his understanding of his own labor had been fundamentally changed by his morning in the village. He wasn't just preserving words on parchment. He was maintaining the threads that connected past to present, ensuring that the stories that had shaped one generation would be available to guide and inspire the next. But he also understood, perhaps for the first time, the weight that such stories could carry. For Aelred, the tale of his heroic ancestor wasn't just inspiration. It was also a burden, a standard against which he measured himself and found himself wanting. For Winfleda, the old stories offered a vision of possibilities that seemed forever beyond her reach. And for Godwin, they represented both the foundation of his identity and the source of his deepest worries about his son's future. As he settled back at his desk in the scriptorium and took up his quill, Aldrich found himself looking at the chronicle with new eyes. Each entry, each brief record of events, represented not just historical fact but human drama. People struggling with the same fundamental questions that had driven him down the hill that morning. Who am I? What is my purpose? How do I honor the past while still creating a future that is truly my own? The afternoon's work passed quickly as Aldrich lost himself in copying, but part of his mind remained in the village below, wondering about the stories that were even now unfolding in the forge, and the weaver's shop, and the other workshops and homes of Thornwick. Tomorrow, he decided, he would ask Brother Anselm for permission to visit again. There were more stories to be discovered, more connections to be made between the ancient words on his parchment and the living, breathing people who carried those stories in their hearts. And perhaps, if he was very fortunate, he might even find ways to help bridge the gap between past and present, between tradition and aspiration, between the weight of history and the promise of the future. After all, wasn't that what stories were for? Not just to preserve the past, but to help shape what was to come. As the afternoon light slants through the scriptorium windows, Brother Aldrich returns to his copying with a heart full of new understanding. The village below is no longer just a distant tableau, but a living community where ancient stories continue to shape modern lives. In the forge, young Aelred struggles with the weight of ancestral expectation, while Winfleda dreams of possibilities that seem forever out of reach. And somewhere in the intersection of their hopes and fears, the seeds of change are already beginning to take root. The Weaver's Daughter. 3 days passed before Aldrich found another opportunity to visit the village. 3 days during which he threw himself into his copying with an intensity that surprised even Brother Anselm. The chronicle seemed to come alive under his quill, each carefully formed letter connecting him more deeply to the world he had glimpsed in Godwin's forge. But it was not the ancient stories that occupied his thoughts as he worked. It was the living drama he had witnessed, the complex web of relationships and aspirations that bound the people of Thornwick together. Most of all, he found himself thinking about Winfleda. There had been something in her eyes when she spoke of stories and their power to connect past and present, something that suggested depths he had only begun to glimpse. Her admission that she could read had stayed with him, not just because of its rarity, but because of the way she had shared it, carefully, almost fearfully, as if literacy were a secret that could be dangerous if revealed to the wrong person. When Brother Anselm finally suggested that another visit to the village might be beneficial for his understanding of the chronicle, Aldrich accepted the suggestion with perhaps more eagerness than was strictly appropriate for a monk. This time, instead of heading directly to the forge, he found himself drawn toward the other side of the village, where the workshops of the various craftsmen clustered around a small square dominated by an ancient oak tree. The weaver's shop was easy to identify. Skeins of wool in various stages of preparation hung from wooden frames outside the door, and the rhythmic sound of the loom could be heard from within, a steady beat that seemed to echo the pulse of the village itself. Aldrich paused outside the door, suddenly uncertain of his welcome. His visit to the forge had been motivated by clear purpose. He had wanted to learn about Aelfred the Bold and his descendants, but what reason could he give for calling on Osmond the Weaver? That he was curious about his daughter, that he wanted to understand more about the young woman who could read and loved stories and seemed to see patterns that others missed. Before he could resolve his uncertainty, the decision was made for him. The door of the shop opened, and Winfleda herself appeared, carrying a basket of wool that had been dyed a deep, rich red. "Brother Aldrich," she said, her face lighting with genuine pleasure. "What brings you to our humble corner of the village?" "I was hoping to learn more about the crafts that keep Thornwick thriving," he said, which was true enough, if not the complete truth. "Your father's work is renowned even at the monastery." Winfleda's smile grew warmer. "He'll be pleased to hear that. Please, come in. He's just finished setting up a new piece on the loom, and I know he'd be happy to show you his work." As Aldrich followed her into the shop, he was struck immediately by the difference between this space and Godwin's forge. Where the blacksmith's workshop was all fire and shadow, noise and heat, the weaver's domain was a place of quiet concentration and subtle beauty. The great loom dominated one wall, its wooden frame polished smooth by years of use. The partially completed cloth stretched across it, showing a pattern of intricate complexity. Skeins of wool in every imaginable color hung from the rafters, creating a canopy of muted rainbow that filtered the light entering through the high windows. The air smelled of wool and the herbs used in dyeing, lavender and madder root, weld and woad, a complex fragrance that spoke of patience and skill and deep knowledge of the natural world. And underneath it all was something else, something that took Aldrich a moment to identify. the scent of learning, of parchment and ink, faint but unmistakable. Osmond the weaver was a man of perhaps 50 years, with the lean build and careful hands of one who worked with delicate materials. His hair was gray at the temples, and his eyes held the slightly strained look of someone who spent long hours focusing on fine detail. But when he looked up from his loom and saw Aldrich, his face creased into a welcoming smile. "Brother," he said, rising and wiping his hands on a cloth. "An honor to have you visit our workshop. Winfleda told me you were interested in the old stories. We have a few of those ourselves, woven into the very fabric of our trade." As Osmond began to explain the intricacies of his craft, Aldrich found himself fascinated by the parallels between weaving and his own work in the scriptorium. Both involved taking individual elements, threads or letters, and combining them into something larger and more meaningful. Both required patience and precision, and a deep understanding of how small details contributed to the overall pattern. And both, he realized, were ways of preserving and transmitting culture from one generation to the next. "The patterns we use," Osmond was saying, running his hand along the cloth on the loom, "have been passed down through my family for generations. This one here, we call it Alfred's shield, is said to represent the pattern painted on the shields of the men who fought with your ancestor," he added, nodding toward Winfleda. Aldrich looked more closely at the cloth and saw that what he had taken for simple geometric design was actually a complex interlocking pattern that did indeed suggest the boss and rim of a warrior's shield. "It's beautiful," he said, "and to think it carries the memory of that battle." "Everything carries memory if you know how to look for it," Winfleda said quietly. She had been moving about the workshop as her father spoke, organizing skeins of wool and checking the tension on various threads. But Aldrich could tell she was listening carefully to every word. "The colors we use, the patterns we weave, even the songs we sing while we work, they're all part of a great tapestry that connects us to everyone who came before." There was something in her voice that made Aldrich look at her more carefully. She was standing near a wooden chest in the corner of the workshop, her hand resting on its lid in a way that seemed almost protective. "Winfleda has always been fascinated by the old ways," Osmond said, his voice warm with paternal pride. Her grandmother filled her head with stories and songs, and she remembers every one of them. Sometimes I think she lives as much in the past as in the present. "The past isn't separate from the present," Winfleda said, and there was a note of gentle correction in her voice. "It's all one continuous story, isn't it, brother? The chronicle you're copying. Those events didn't end when they were written down. They're still happening, in a way, every time someone reads them and learns from them." Aldrich nodded, struck once again by the sophistication of her thinking. "That's exactly right. The stories we preserve shape the choices we make, the way we understand ourselves and our place in the world." "Some stories more than others," Winfleda said, and there was something in her tone that suggested layers of meaning. "Some stories are told so often that they become like chains, binding us to patterns that may no longer serve us well." Osmond frowned slightly at his daughter's words. "Winfleda," he said, a note of warning in his voice. But she seemed not to hear him. "Tell me, brother," she said, moving closer to where Aldrich stood. "In your chronicle, are there stories of women? Not just as wives and mothers and victims, but as people who shaped events in their own right?" The question caught Aldrich off guard. He thought back through the pages he had copied so far, trying to remember mentions of women. There had been a few. queens and abbesses, mostly. Women whose importance came from their relationships to powerful men or their positions within the church. But women who had acted independently, who had been agents of change in their own right. Those stories were much rarer. Some, he said carefully, but you're right that most of the chronicle focuses on the deeds of men, kings and warriors, monks and merchants. Of course it does, Winfleda said, and there was no bitterness in her voice, only a kind of resigned acceptance. History is written by those who hold the quills, and quills are rarely held by women. Winfleda, Osmond said again, more sharply this time. Brother Aldrich didn't come here to listen to your complaints about the way the world is ordered. But Aldrich found himself genuinely interested in what she had to say. Actually, he said, I'd like to hear more of your thoughts. You clearly have a deep understanding of how stories work, how they shape our understanding of the world. Winfleda looked at her father, who sighed and shook his head, but made no further objection. Then she walked to the wooden chest in the corner and, after a moment's hesitation, lifted the lid. My grandmother left me something, she said quietly. Something I've never shown to anyone else, not even Father. From the chest, she withdrew what appeared to be a small book, bound in leather that had been dyed a deep blue. Even from a distance, Aldrich could see that it was old. Not as ancient as the chronicle he was copying, but certainly older than anything else he had seen in the village. What is it? He asked, moving closer. Stories, Winfleda said simply. Stories that my grandmother collected over the years, written down in her own hand. Some of them are versions of tales you might know. Stories of Arthur and his knights, legends of saints and miracles. But others. She opened the book carefully, revealing pages covered with a neat, careful script. Others are stories I've never heard anywhere else. Stories of women who disguised themselves as men to fight in battles, of wise women who advised kings, of ordinary women who did extraordinary things. Aldrich stared at the book in amazement. Your grandmother could write? She learned from a monk years ago when she was young. He was passing through the village and fell ill, and she cared for him until he recovered. In gratitude, he taught her letters. Winfleda's fingers traced the edge of the page lovingly. She said knowledge was too precious to be hoarded, that it should be shared with anyone who hungered for it. And she taught you? Everything she could, in the time we had together. Winfleda's voice grew soft with memory. We would sit by the fire in the evenings, and she would read to me from this book, or teach me to form letters on a slate she had hidden away. She said that someday I might need to preserve stories of my own, stories that might otherwise be lost. Aldrich felt a deep sense of recognition, remembering his own hunger for learning as a young man, the way knowledge had seemed like a door to a larger world. That's remarkable, he said, to think that such learning has been preserved here, in secret. In secret, Winfleda repeated, and there was a note of sadness in her voice. Always in secret. Do you know what it's like, brother, to carry knowledge that you can never fully use? To see patterns and connections that you can never speak of openly? To have thoughts and ideas that must be hidden away like shameful secrets? The pain in her voice was so raw that Aldrich felt it like a physical blow. He thought of his own journey to the monastery, of the freedom he had found there to pursue learning and contemplation. But that freedom had been available to him simply because he was male, because the world recognized his right to seek knowledge and understanding. For Winfleda, the same hunger for learning had to be satisfied in shadows, in stolen moments, in the secret spaces between the roles that society had assigned to her. "I can't imagine," he said quietly, "but I can see how difficult it must be." "The worst part," Winfleda said, closing the book and holding it against her chest, "is knowing that there are so many stories that will never be told, so many voices that will never be heard. How many women have lived lives of quiet heroism, only to be forgotten because no one thought their deeds worth recording? How many insights and discoveries have been lost because the person who made them was not considered worthy of attention?" Osmond, who had been listening to this exchange with growing unease, finally spoke up. "Winfleda, you mustn't speak so. The world is ordered as God wills it, and it's not for us to question. But what if God's will is being interpreted by people who benefit from that interpretation?" Winfleda interrupted, her voice growing passionate. "What if the stories we tell about divine order are really just human stories, designed to keep some people in power and others in submission?" The question hung in the air like smoke from a fire, dangerous and transformative. Aldrich found himself thinking of conversations he had heard in the monastery, debates among the brothers about the nature of authority and the proper ordering of society. But those had been abstract discussions, theological exercises. This was something much more immediate and personal. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I've never thought about it in quite those terms." "Of course you haven't," Winfleda said, but there was no accusation in her voice, only a kind of weary understanding. "Why would you? The world works well enough for men like you, men who are free to choose their paths, to pursue their callings, to make their voices heard. It's only those of us who are trapped by circumstances of birth that we question whether those circumstances are truly inevitable." Aldrich thought of Aelred, trapped by different circumstances but trapped nonetheless. "It's not just women who feel constrained by the roles society assigns them," he said. "I met your friend Aelred the other day. He seems to struggle with the weight of family tradition, with expectations that don't match his own dreams." Winfleda's expression softened at the mention of Aelred's name. "Yes," she said quietly, "he does struggle with that. But at least he has choices, even if they're difficult ones. He could leave the village if he truly wanted to, could seek his fortune elsewhere. What choices do I have? I can marry and become someone's wife, or I can remain unmarried and become a burden on my father. Those are the only paths open to me." "What about the religious life?" Aldrich asked. "There are convents, places where women can pursue learning and contemplation." Winfleda laughed, but there was no humor in the sound. "Convents require dowries, brother, and my father is a craftsman, not a lord. Besides, most convents are little different from marriage. They simply trade one form of submission for another. The abbess may be a woman, but she still answers to male authority, still operates within structures created and controlled by men." Aldrich found himself without an easy response. Everything she said was true, and yet he had never really considered the implications before. The monastery had been a place of freedom for him, a chance to escape the limitations of his birth and pursue a life of the mind. But for a woman, even a woman as intelligent and capable as Winfleda, the same institutions offered only different forms of constraint. "I'm sorry," he said at last. "I wish the world offered more possibilities for someone with your gifts." "Don't be sorry," Winfleda said, her voice growing gentler. "Be aware. That's all any of us can do. See the world as it really is, not as we're told it should be. And maybe, if enough people see clearly, someday things might change. Osmond, who had been growing increasingly uncomfortable during this exchange, cleared his throat diplomatically. Perhaps, brother, you'd like to see some of our other work. We have some pieces that might interest you. Aldrich recognized the older man's desire to steer the conversation into safer waters, and he allowed himself to be guided around the workshop, examining bolts of cloth and learning about the various techniques used in their creation. But part of his mind remained focused on Winfleda, on the book she had returned to its hiding place, on the questions she had raised about stories and power, and the voices that were never heard. As the afternoon wore on, he found himself watching her as she worked, noting the skill and precision with which she handled the various tasks of the weaver's trade. She moved through the workshop with quiet confidence, checking the tension on threads, adjusting the spacing of the loom, mixing dyes with the expertise of someone who had been doing such work for years. But there was something in her movements that suggested she was performing a role rather than expressing her true nature, going through motions that had been learned rather than chosen. When it came time for him to leave, Winfleda walked with him to the door of the workshop. For a moment they stood together in the late afternoon sunlight, and Aldrich found himself searching for words that might bridge the gap between them, that might offer some comfort or encouragement. "Your grandmother's book," he said finally. "The stories she collected, they're important. They preserve voices that might otherwise be lost." "But they're still hidden," Winfleda said. "Still secret. What good are stories if they can't be shared?" "Sometimes preservation is enough," Aldrich said. "Sometimes keeping something alive, even in secret, is the most important thing we can do. The stories your grandmother collected may seem hidden now, but who knows? Someday the world might be ready to hear them." Winfleda looked at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. "Do you really believe that, brother? Do you think the world ever truly changes? Or do we just tell ourselves it does to make the present more bearable?" It was a profound question, one that went to the heart of everything Aldrich had been thinking about since he began copying the Chronicle. Did the stories of the past offer genuine hope for transformation, or were they simply ways of making peace with unchangeable realities? "I think," he said slowly, "that change happens slowly, in ways we don't always recognize while they're occurring. The fact that your grandmother learned to read and write, that she passed that knowledge on to you, that's a kind of change, isn't it? A small one, perhaps, but real nonetheless. A change that dies with me," Winfleda said quietly, "unless I can find a way to pass it on in turn." "And maybe you will," Aldrich said. "Maybe that's part of your story, finding ways to keep the flame of learning alive, even in difficult circumstances." As he walked back up the hill toward the monastery, Aldrich found himself deeply troubled by his conversation with Winfleda. Her questions had forced him to confront aspects of the world that he had always taken for granted, to see the limitations and injustices that were invisible to him because of his privileged position as a man and a monk. But more than that, her situation had made him think about the nature of his own work in a new way. The Chronicle he was copying preserved the voices of kings and warriors, of men who had shaped events through force and authority. But what about all the other voices? The women like Winfleda's grandmother, the craftsmen and farmers and ordinary people whose lives had been just as real, just as meaningful, but who had been deemed unworthy of historical record. As he settled back at his desk in the scriptorium and took up his quill, Aldrich found himself looking at the ancient text with new eyes. Between the lines of official history, he began to see the shadows of all the untold stories, all the voices that had been silenced or ignored. And he began to wonder if there might be ways to honor those voices, to find space for their stories even within the constraints of the traditional chronicle form. The work proceeded slowly that evening, as Aldrich found himself pausing frequently to think about the implications of what he was copying. Each entry in the chronicle represented choices about what to include and what to omit, what to emphasize and what to minimize. Those choices had been made by scribes like himself, men who had their own biases and limitations, their own blind spots and assumptions. What if he could find ways to expand the story, to include voices that had been left out of the original? What if the margins of his copy could hold not just decorative elements, but additional narratives that gave a fuller picture of the past? It would be unconventional, perhaps even controversial, but it might also be a way of honoring the hidden stories that Winfleda had shown him. As the evening light faded and the time for Compline approached, Aldrich carefully cleaned his quill and put away his materials. But his mind continued to work, turning over the possibilities that had been opened by his afternoon in the weaver's shop. Tomorrow, he decided, he would speak with Brother Anselm about his ideas. The old monk was wise and compassionate, and he might understand the importance of preserving voices that had been overlooked by traditional history. And perhaps, if he was very fortunate, Aldrich might find ways to bridge the gap between the official stories of the past and the hidden narratives that lived in places like Winfleda's grandmother's book. The bell tower began to toll the call to Compline, and Aldrich rose to join his brothers in the chapel. But as he walked through the corridors of the monastery, he carried with him the image of Winfleda, standing in her father's workshop, holding her grandmother's book against her chest like a treasure, too precious to risk, but too important to abandon. Somewhere in that image, he sensed, lay the key to understanding not just the chronicle he was copying, but the larger story of which they were all a part. The great tapestry of human experience that connected past to present to future, weaving together all the voices that had ever spoken, all the dreams that had ever been dreamed, all the hopes that had ever been cherished in the secret chambers of the human heart. As Brother Aldrich joins his fellow monks for evening prayers, his understanding of his work has been transformed once again. The discovery of Winfleda's hidden literacy and her grandmother's secret collection of stories has opened his eyes to the voices that have been excluded from traditional histories. In the weaver's shop, surrounded by threads of every color, he has begun to see the possibility of weaving new kinds of stories. Narratives that honor not just the powerful and prominent, but the hidden heroes whose courage has been preserved only in whispered tales and secret books. The Lord's Shadow. The summons came on a morning when the mist hung so thick over the valley that even the monastery bells seemed muffled, their bronze voices struggling to penetrate the white silence that had settled over the world like a benediction. Brother Aldrich was deep in his copying, his quill moving with the steady rhythm that had become as natural to him as breathing, when Brother Marcus appeared at his elbow with a message that would change everything. "Brother Anselm wants to see you immediately," the younger monk said, his voice tight with something that might have been excitement or apprehension. "Lord Godric has sent word from the manor house. He wishes to speak with the monk who is copying the chronicle." Aldrich set down his quill carefully, his mind immediately racing through possibilities. Lord Godric of Thornwick was not a man who involved himself in the daily affairs of the monastery without good reason. His family had been patrons of St. Dunstan's for 3 generations, providing protection and financial support in exchange for prayers and the occasional copying of important documents. But in the 3 years Aldrich had been at the monastery, the Lord had never requested to meet with a simple scribe. He found Brother Anselm in the abbot's study, a small chamber lined with the monastery's most precious books. The old monk was standing by the narrow window, looking out over the mist-shrouded valley with an expression that Aldrich had never seen before, a mixture of concern and something that might have been fear. "Ah, Aldrich," Brother Anselm said, turning as he entered. "Sit down, my boy. We need to talk." Aldrich settled into the wooden chair across from the abbot's desk, noting the way Brother Anselm's hands fidgeted with the rope belt of his habit. Whatever news Lord Godric had sent, it was clearly significant. "The Lord has heard about your work on the Chronicle," Brother Anselm began, his voice carefully neutral. "Word has reached him that you've been visiting the village, speaking with the people about the old stories. He wishes to discuss the matter with you personally." "Is that unusual?" Aldrich asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Brother Anselm sighed deeply. Lord Godric is not a man who concerns himself with scholarly pursuits unless they touch upon matters of governance or security. The fact that he has taken an interest in your work suggests that he sees some connection between the old stories and current concerns. What kind of concerns? The old monk moved to his desk and sat down heavily, suddenly looking every one of his 60-odd years. "There have been reports, Aldrich. Ships sighted off the coast, moving in patterns that suggest more than simple trading expeditions. Messengers arriving at the manor house at odd hours, carrying news that Lord Godric does not share with the rest of us. And now, with the harvest approaching and the village full of grain and livestock." He didn't need to finish the sentence. Aldrich understood immediately. The same pattern that had played out a century ago in the time of Alfred the Bold was beginning to repeat itself. Viking raiders were moving along the coast, probing for weakness, looking for targets rich enough to justify the risk of an inland raid. "He wants to know what the Chronicle says about the last time this happened," Aldrich said. "Among other things, yes. But I suspect his interest goes deeper than simple military intelligence. Lord Godric is an educated man, Aldrich, more so than many nobles of his station. He understands that stories have power, that they shape how people think and act. If he believes that difficult times are coming, he may be looking for ways to prepare not just the defenses of his lands, but the hearts and minds of his people." The implications of this settled over Aldrich like a weight. His quiet scholarly work, his gentle exploration of village life and ancient stories, had suddenly become entangled with matters of war and politics. The chronicle he was copying wasn't just a historical document. It was potentially a manual for survival. "When does he want to see me?" Aldrich asked. "This afternoon. You're to present yourself at the manor house after the midday meal." Brother Anselm leaned forward, his expression growing more serious. "Aldrich, I want you to be very careful in what you say. Lord Godric is a good man and a faithful patron of the monastery, but he is also a lord with responsibilities that sometimes require difficult decisions. The stories you've been preserving, the connections you've been making between past and present, they may seem like innocent scholarship to you, but in the wrong hands, they could be used to justify actions that you might not approve of." Aldrich nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure he understood what Brother Anselm was warning him about. As he made his way back to the scriptorium to prepare for his meeting with Lord Godric, his mind churned with questions and possibilities. What did the Lord want from him? How much should he reveal about his conversations with the villagers? And what role, if any, should a simple monk play in the larger dramas of politics and war? The manor house of Thornwick sat on a low hill about a mile from the village proper, its stone walls and timber buildings arranged around a central courtyard in the style that had been favored by Saxon nobles for generations. As Aldrich approached the main gate that afternoon, he was struck by the sense of controlled activity that pervaded the place. Servants hurried about their business with more urgency than usual, and he noticed that the guards at the gate were more heavily armed than he would have expected for a peaceful afternoon in late summer. The great hall of the manor was an impressive space, its high timber roof supported by carved pillars that spoke of wealth and power accumulated over generations. Tapestries hung from the walls, depicting scenes of hunting and warfare, and the long tables that normally would have been set for the evening meal had been pushed aside to create an open space dominated by a single chair of carved oak where Lord Godric waited. Aldrich had seen the Lord before, of course, during his occasional visits to the monastery and at the great festivals when all the people of the region gathered to celebrate. But he had never been alone with him, had never been the focus of that intelligent, calculating gaze that seemed to weigh and measure everything it encountered. Lord Godric was a man in his middle 40s, with the broad shoulders and calloused hands of someone who had trained for war from childhood, but also the thoughtful eyes of someone who understood that victory required more than just strength of arms. His hair was dark with threads of silver at the temples, and his face bore the kind of lines that came from years of making decisions that affected the lives of hundreds of people. "Brother Aldrich," he said, rising from his chair as the monk approached. "Thank you for coming. Please, sit." He gestured to a smaller chair that had been placed facing his own. "I trust Brother Anselm explained why I wanted to speak with you?" "He mentioned that you had heard about my work on the Chronicle, my lord," Aldrich said carefully, "and that you wished to discuss it." Lord Godric smiled, but there was something in the expression that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Indeed. You see, brother, I've always been interested in history, not just as a record of past events, but as a guide for understanding present circumstances. And recent events have made me particularly curious about the stories from our own region, especially those dealing with external threats." He paused, studying Aldrich's face as if looking for some particular reaction. When the monk remained silent, he continued, "I understand you've been visiting the village, speaking with the craftsmen about their family histories. That's commendable. Too often we nobles forget that the common people are the keepers of our most important stories. Tell me, what have you learned about the events of 897? About Aelfred the Bold and his defense of Thornwick?" Aldrich chose his words carefully. "The Chronicle records that Viking raiders came inland that year, and that Aelfred the Smith organized the village's defense. The raiders were driven off, but Aelfred died of his wounds 3 days after the battle." "Yes, I know the basic facts, but what about the details that aren't in the official record? How did Aelfred organize his defense? What tactics did he use? How did he convince the villagers to stand and fight rather than flee?" The questions revealed a military mind at work, someone who understood that the difference between victory and defeat often lay in small details that official histories overlooked. Aldrich found himself thinking of his conversations with Godwin and Aelred, of the family stories that had been passed down through the generations. "According to the family traditions I've heard," he said slowly, "Aelfred's success came not from superior weapons or tactics, but from his ability to unite the village. He convinced people that they were fighting not just for their property, but for their identity, for the right to remain who they were and where they belonged." Lord Godric leaned forward, his interest clearly piqued. "Go on." "The stories suggest that he spent as much time talking to people as he did forging weapons. He reminded them of their connections to the land, to their ancestors, to each other. He made them understand that running away would mean losing not just their homes, but their sense of who they were. And this worked? A simple appeal to sentiment and tradition was enough to turn farmers and craftsmen into effective fighters. Aldrich thought about the passion in Aelred's voice when he spoke of his ancestor, the pride in Godwin's eyes when he told the old stories. It seems to have done so, my lord. People will fight harder for something they love than for something they merely possess. Lord Godric was quiet for a long moment, his gaze distant, as if he were seeing something beyond the walls of the great hall. When he spoke again, his voice was thoughtful. You know, brother, I've been thinking a great deal lately about the nature of leadership, about what it means to be responsible for the safety and welfare of so many people. My grandfather fought in the great battles of King Alfred's time, and my father defended these lands against raiders from the north. Each of them faced their challenges with the weapons and strategies of their day. But I wonder if the challenges we face now require different kinds of weapons. What do you mean, my lord? I mean that the world is changing, brother. The old certainties are breaking down. The king grows weak while his nobles grow strong, and everyone looks to their own interests rather than the common good. In such times, the ability to inspire loyalty and unity may be more valuable than the sharpest sword or the strongest castle wall. There was something in Lord Godric's tone that made Aldrich look at him more carefully. Beneath the noble bearing and careful words, he sensed a man struggling with doubts and fears that he could share with no one else. You're concerned about more than just Viking raiders, Aldrich said quietly. Lord Godric's smile was rueful. You're perceptive, brother. Yes, the reports of ships off the coast are troubling, but they're not my greatest concern. What worries me more is the news from the royal court, the rumors of discord among the great nobles, the sense that the kingdom itself may be fracturing. He rose from his chair and walked to one of the great windows that looked out over his lands. My family has held these estates for 5 generations, brother. We've built something here, not just wealth and power, but a community, people who trust each other, who work together, who share common values and common purposes. But all of that depends on stability, on the larger structures of law and order that make peaceful life possible. And you fear those structures are failing. I fear they may already have failed, and we simply haven't felt the full effects yet. Lord Godric turned back to face Aldrich, and in his eyes the monk saw a weariness that went deeper than physical fatigue. Tell me, brother, in your chronicle, what happened after Alfred's victory? How did the village fare in the years that followed? Aldrich thought back through the pages he had copied. The immediate aftermath was difficult. Crops had been damaged in the fighting, and several young men had been killed or wounded. But the community held together. They shared what they had, helped each other rebuild, and within a few years the village was more prosperous than before. And what made the difference? What allowed them to recover so quickly? The same thing that allowed them to fight successfully, I think. They had learned to see themselves as part of something larger than their individual concerns. The crisis had forged them into a true community. Lord Godric nodded slowly. That's what I hoped you would say. You see, brother, I believe we may be approaching another such crisis. Not just here in Thornwick, but throughout the kingdom. And when it comes, the communities that survive will be those that have learned to stand together. What kind of crisis, my lord? I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps another wave of Viking raids. Perhaps civil war among the nobles. Perhaps something else entirely. but the signs are there for those who know how to read them. The question is, how do we prepare? How do we forge the kind of unity that Alfred created before the crisis is upon us? It was a profound question, one that went to the heart of everything Aldrich had been thinking about since he began his work on the Chronicle. How did stories become reality? How did the lessons of the past shape the choices of the present? In the stories I've collected, he said slowly, the key seems to be helping people understand their connections to each other and to the place they share. Alfred succeeded because he reminded the villagers of who they were and what they stood for. But how do you do that in practice? How do you reach people's hearts and not just their minds? Aldrich thought of his conversations with Aelred and Winfleda, of the way their eyes had lit up when they spoke of the old stories, of the power those ancient tales still held to inspire and challenge. Through stories, he said, not just the formal histories, but the personal narratives that connect people to the larger tale. When Godwin tells his son about Alfred the Bold, he's not just sharing information, he's helping Aelred understand his place in a continuing story. Lord Godric's expression grew thoughtful. Yes, I can see that. But what about people who don't have such clear connections to the heroic past? What about those whose families are newer to the region, or whose ancestors were not warriors but simple farmers or craftsmen? It was a perceptive question, one that revealed Lord Godric's understanding of the complexities of leadership. Not everyone could claim descent from heroes, but everyone needed to feel that they belonged to the community's story. I think, Aldrich said carefully, that heroism takes many forms. The Chronicle focuses on warriors and battles, but there are other kinds of courage, other ways of serving the common good. The weaver who creates beautiful cloth, the farmer who feeds his neighbors, the mother who raises children to be good and decent people. They're all part of the same story. You speak like someone who has thought deeply about these matters, Lord Godric said. Tell me, brother, what do you see when you look at our village now? What strengths do we have to build upon, and what weaknesses must we address? Aldrich hesitated, thinking of the tensions he had observed between Aelred and his father, of Winfleda's frustration with the limitations placed upon her, of the various small conflicts and resentments that existed beneath the surface of village life. The people of Thornwick are good people, my lord. They work hard, they care for their families, they help their neighbors in times of need. But I sense that some of them feel trapped by circumstances, limited by traditions that may no longer serve them well. There's a restlessness, especially among the young, that could either be channeled into something positive or could become a source of division. Lord Godric nodded grimly. I've sensed the same thing. The world is changing faster than our traditions can adapt, and people are struggling to find their place in the new reality. That's why your work is so important, brother. We need to find ways to honor the past while still allowing for growth and change. What would you have me do, my lord? Continue your work on the Chronicle, but expand it. Don't just copy the old stories. Help create new ones. Talk to people. Listen to their concerns. Help them see how their individual struggles fit into the larger narrative of our community. And when the time comes, and I fear it will come soon, help me find the words to unite them in defense of everything we've built together. The weight of what Lord Godric was asking settled over Aldrich like a heavy cloak. The Lord wasn't just requesting scholarly assistance. He was asking Aldrich to become a kind of chronicler of the present, a keeper of stories that were still being written. I'm honored by your confidence, my lord, Aldrich said. but I'm just a simple monk. I'm not sure I have the skills or the authority to do what you're asking." Lord Godric smiled, and this time the expression reached his eyes. "Brother, you've already begun doing it. Your visits to the village, your conversations with the craftsmen, your interest in the stories that live in people's hearts. That's exactly the kind of work we need. You have something that many of us in positions of authority lack: the ability to listen without judgment, to see the connections that bind us together rather than the differences that drive us apart." As their conversation continued into the late afternoon, Aldrich found himself drawn into discussions that ranged far beyond the simple copying of ancient chronicles. Lord Godric spoke of the delicate balance between tradition and innovation, of the challenges of maintaining unity in a diverse community, of the ways that stories could either divide people or bring them together. It became clear that the Lord was not just a military commander or a political leader, but a thoughtful student of human nature, who understood that lasting victory required more than just superior force. He spoke of books he had read, of conversations with traveling scholars, of lessons learned from his own experiences governing a complex community. "You know," he said at one point, "I sometimes think that the greatest tragedy of our time is how isolated we've all become from each other. The nobles live in their manor houses, the monks in their monasteries, the craftsmen in their workshops, the farmers in their fields. We've forgotten how to speak across those boundaries, how to see ourselves as part of a single story." "But surely that's always been true to some extent," Aldrich said. "The chronicle I'm copying shows that society has always been divided into different classes and roles." "Yes, but there used to be more occasions for those divisions to be bridged, great festivals where everyone came together, shared dangers that required cooperation, common rituals that reminded people of their shared humanity. Now," he shrugged, "now we live in separate worlds that barely touch each other." As the sun began to set, and the time for evening prayers approached, Lord Godric walked Aldrich to the door of the great hall. "I want you to think about what we've discussed, brother, and I want you to know that you have my full support in whatever form your work takes. If you need resources, assistance, protection, anything at all, you have only to ask." "Thank you, my lord. But may I ask what you expect to come of all this? What do you hope to achieve?" Lord Godric was quiet for a moment, looking out over his lands as the last light faded from the sky. "I hope to build something that can survive whatever storms are coming, brother. Not just walls and weapons, but bonds of trust and understanding that can hold a community together even in the darkest times. And I believe that stories, the right stories, told in the right way, may be the strongest foundation we can lay." As Aldrich made his way back to the monastery through the gathering darkness, his mind was full of everything he had heard and seen. The simple scholarly project he had begun just days ago had suddenly become something much larger and more complex, fraught with implications he was only beginning to understand. But more than that, his conversation with Lord Godric had opened his eyes to dimensions of leadership and community that he had never considered before. The Lord wasn't just a ruler who commanded obedience. He was a man struggling to understand how to serve the people who depended on him, how to prepare them for challenges that couldn't be met with sword and shield alone. When he reached his cell and knelt for his evening prayers, Aldrich found himself asking for wisdom and guidance in the work that lay ahead. The chronicle he was copying was no longer just a historical document. It was a living tool that might help shape the future of everyone he had come to care about in the village below. And somewhere in the darkness beyond the monastery walls, He sensed that the future was already beginning to take shape, driven by forces larger than any individual, but shaped by the choices that ordinary people made in their daily lives. The stories of the past were about to become the foundation for new stories, and Aldrich found himself both honored and terrified to be chosen as one of their chroniclers. As Brother Aldrich returns to his cell, the weight of Lord Godric's request settles upon him like a mantle of responsibility he never sought but cannot refuse. The quiet scholar has become something more, a bridge between past and present, between the powerful and the powerless, between the stories that have been told and those that are yet to be written. In the manor house behind him, Lord Godric stands at his window, watching the darkness gather over his lands and wondering if the bonds of community will prove strong enough to weather the storms he sees approaching on the horizon. The Storyteller's Night. The harvest moon hung full and golden over Thornwick on the night that would later be remembered as the beginning of everything that followed. It was the feast of St. Michael, when tradition demanded that the entire community gather to celebrate the year's bounty and to ask for protection through the dark months ahead. But this year, at Lord Godric's suggestion, and with Brother Anselm's blessing, the celebration would be different from any that had come before. Aldrich stood at his window in the hour before sunset, watching the preparations unfold in the village below. Torches were being lit along the main street, casting dancing shadows that transformed familiar buildings into something magical and strange. Tables had been set up in the village square, groaning under the weight of bread and cheese, roasted meat and barrels of ale. Children ran between the adults, their laughter carrying up the hill like music, while their parents made final adjustments to decorations and arrangements. But it was not the feast itself that made Aldrich's pulse quicken with nervous anticipation. Tonight, for the first time in his life, he would stand before the entire community as a storyteller, charged with weaving together the ancient tales he had been copying with new narratives that might help prepare the people of Thornwick for whatever challenges lay ahead. The idea had emerged from his conversations with Lord Godric over the past week. The Lord had visited the monastery twice more since their first meeting, each time bringing new reports that confirmed his growing fears about the instability of the kingdom. Ships had been sighted in greater numbers off the coast, moving in patterns that suggested coordination rather than random raiding. Messages had arrived from other lords speaking of unrest in distant regions, of royal authority breaking down, of communities forced to rely on their own resources for survival. The people need to understand what may be coming, Lord Godric had said during their most recent conversation. But they also need to believe that they can face it successfully. Fear alone will not serve us. We need hope, courage, and above all, unity. And so the plan had been born. The traditional harvest feast would become something more, a gathering where the stories of the past would be used to illuminate the present, where the community would be reminded of its strength and resilience, where the bonds that held them together would be celebrated and renewed. Brother Anselm had been initially skeptical of the idea. "You're a scholar, Aldrich, not a performer," he had warned. The art of storytelling before a crowd is very different from copying manuscripts in the quiet of the scriptorium. But as they had discussed the plan in more detail, the old monk's enthusiasm had grown. "Perhaps this is exactly what we need," he had finally said. "A way to bring the wisdom of the past into living contact with the concerns of the present." The early Christians understood this. They didn't just preserve the gospel stories, they proclaimed them, made them real and immediate for each new generation. Now, as Aldrich made his final preparations for the evening ahead, He felt the weight of that responsibility settling upon his shoulders. In a leather satchel beside his bed lay the fruits of a week's intensive preparation. Carefully selected passages from the Chronicle, notes about local family histories, and, most importantly, the outline of a new story that would weave together past and present into a narrative that might help the people of Thornwick understand their place in the larger flow of history. The sun was setting as Aldrich made his way down the hill toward the village, accompanied by Brother Anselm and several of the other monks who had been invited to join the celebration. The path was lit by torches that had been placed at regular intervals, and the sound of music and laughter grew stronger with each step they took. As they approached the village square, Aldrich was struck by the transformation that had taken place. The familiar space had been turned into something that seemed to exist outside of ordinary time, a place where the boundary between past and present, between story and reality, had become fluid and permeable. The torchlight cast everything in warm, golden hues that made faces glow and shadows dance, while the scent of roasting meat and fresh bread filled the air with promises of abundance and community. Lord Godric was waiting for them at the edge of the square, dressed not in his usual fine robes, but in simple clothing that would have allowed him to blend in with any of his tenants. It was a deliberate choice, Aldrich realized, a way of emphasizing that tonight they were not lord and subjects, but members of a single community gathered to share stories and strengthen bonds. "Brother Aldrich," the Lord said, clasping the monk's hand warmly, "are you ready for this?" "As ready as I can be, my lord," Aldrich replied, though his voice betrayed some of the nervousness he felt. "Good. Remember, you're not performing for them. You're sharing with them. These are their stories as much as yours, their ancestors as much as names in an ancient chronicle. Let that connection guide you." As they moved into the square, Aldrich found himself surrounded by faces he had come to know over the past weeks. There was Godwin, the blacksmith, his usually soot-stained hands clean for the occasion, standing beside his son Aelred, who looked unusually thoughtful in the flickering torchlight. Nearby, Winfleda sat with her father Osmond, her honey-colored hair braided with ribbons that caught the light as she turned her head to watch the arriving monks. But it wasn't just the craftsmen and their families who had gathered for the feast. Farmers had come in from the surrounding countryside, bringing their wives and children and the fruits of their labor. Merchants who happened to be passing through had been invited to stay and share in the celebration. Even some of the manor servants had been given leave to join the festivities, creating a gathering that truly represented the entire community. The feast began with the traditional blessings, offered by Brother Anselm in his capacity as the senior religious authority present. But even these familiar rituals seemed different tonight, charged with a significance that went beyond mere custom. As the old monk spoke of gratitude for the harvest and prayers for protection in the coming year, Aldrich could see in the faces around him a recognition that this might be the last such celebration they would enjoy in peace for some time to come. The meal that followed was abundant and joyous, with conversation flowing as freely as the ale that filled cup after cup. Aldrich found himself seated between Winfleda and a farmer named Edric, whose family had worked the same land for 4 generations. As they ate, the conversation turned naturally to the stories that connected them all to this place and to each other. "My grandfather used to tell tales of the old days," Edric was saying, his weathered face animated by memory and drink. "Stories of when the Romans still walked these roads, of battles fought and won before any of us were born. I sometimes wonder if those old heroes would recognize the world we've made from what they left behind." "I think they would," Winfleda said quietly. The faces change, but the fundamental struggles remain the same. People still fight to protect what they love, still sacrifice for their children's future, still hope that their lives will mean something beyond their own brief time on earth. Her words carried a weight that made the others at the table fall silent for a moment, contemplating the connections she had drawn between past and present. It was exactly the kind of insight that Aldrich hoped to build upon in his storytelling later in the evening. As the meal drew to a close and the tables were cleared away, Lord Godric rose and called for the attention of the gathered community. The square fell quiet, faces turning expectantly toward their lord as he stood in the center of the space, illuminated by the ring of torches that surrounded him. "My friends," he began, his voice carrying clearly in the still night air, "we gather tonight not just to celebrate the harvest, but to remember who we are and where we come from. In times of plenty, it's easy to forget the struggles of those who came before us. In times of peace, we may lose sight of the courage and sacrifice that made our current prosperity possible." He paused, letting his gaze move slowly around the circle of faces that surrounded him. "But these are not ordinary times. You've heard the rumors, seen the signs. Change is coming to our land, whether we welcome it or not. And when it arrives, we will need to draw upon all the wisdom and strength that our ancestors have passed down to us." A murmur ran through the crowd, a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. Lord Godric raised his hand for silence before continuing. "Tonight, Brother Aldrich from St. Dunstan's will share with us some of the stories he has been preserving in his work on the ancient chronicles. But these are not just tales of long-dead heroes. They are reminders of what we ourselves are capable of when we stand together in common cause." All eyes turned to Aldrich as he rose from his place and moved to the center of the square. For a moment, the weight of their attention threatened to overwhelm him. These were not the familiar walls of the scriptorium, not the quiet contemplation of manuscript copying. This was something immediate and vital, a moment when words would either succeed in their purpose or fail in ways that might have lasting consequences. But as he looked around the circle of faces, some curious, some skeptical, all waiting to hear what he had to say, Aldrich felt his nervousness begin to transform into something else. These were not strangers judging his performance, but neighbors and friends who had shared their own stories with him, who had trusted him with their family histories and personal concerns. He was not performing for them so much as sharing with them, offering back to the community the stories that belonged to all of them. 101 years ago, he began, his voice growing stronger as he found his rhythm. Viking ships appeared off our coast, just as they have begun to appear again in recent weeks. The raiders who sailed those ships were looking for the same things that all raiders seek: wealth to steal, people to enslave, communities to destroy for their own profit. He paused, letting the parallel between past and present settle in the minds of his listeners. Around the square, he could see recognition dawning in various faces as people began to understand the relevance of the ancient story to their current circumstances. The people of Thornwick in that time faced a choice that we may soon face ourselves, Aldrich continued. They could flee, abandoning everything they had built in hopes of finding safety elsewhere. They could submit, hoping that cooperation would earn them mercy from their attackers. Or they could stand and fight, risking everything in defense of their home and their way of life. "They chose to fight," called out a voice from the crowd. Godwin the blacksmith, his words carrying the pride of a man whose ancestor had led that ancient battle. They chose to fight, Aldrich agreed, turning toward Godwin with a smile, but not because they were naturally warriors. not because they were stronger or braver than people in other places who chose differently. They fought because one man, Alfred the Bold, Godwin's great-great-grandfather, helped them understand what they would be fighting for. As Aldrich began to tell the story of Aelfred's leadership, he found himself drawing not just on the brief account in the chronicle, but on all the family stories and local traditions he had collected during his visits to the village. He spoke of Aelfred's work at the forge, of the respect he had earned through years of honest labor and fair dealing. He described the smith's understanding that weapons alone would not be enough to defeat the raiders, that victory would require unity, courage, and a shared commitment to something larger than individual survival. Aelfred knew, Aldrich said, his voice growing more passionate as the story unfolded, that people will fight harder for something they love than for something they merely possess. So he didn't just forge swords and spears, he forged connections. He reminded the farmers that they were not just defending their crops, but the land that had fed their families for generations. He told the craftsmen that they were not just protecting their workshops, but the skills and traditions that defined who they were. He showed the mothers and fathers that they were not just fighting for their own lives, but for their children's right to grow up free. Around the square, Aldrich could see his words taking effect. Faces that had been merely curious were now intent, engaged, as people began to see themselves and their own circumstances reflected in the ancient story. He caught Winfleda's eye and saw her nod encouragingly, recognizing the way he was weaving together the various threads of narrative and meaning. The battle itself was brief, Aldrich continued, but its effects lasted for generations, not just because the raiders were defeated, but because the people of Thornwick learned something about themselves that night. They learned that they were more than just a collection of individuals living in the same place. They were a community, bound together by shared values and common purpose. He paused again, letting the implication of his words settle. Then, in a quieter voice, he began to speak about the cost of that victory. Aelfred died 3 days after the battle, from wounds he received in the final charge against the raiders. But his last words, according to the family stories that have been passed down through the generations, were not of regret or fear. He told his son Osric that the hammer passes from hand to hand, but the work goes on forever. Godwin's eyes were bright with unshed tears as Aldrich spoke these words, and around the square other faces showed similar emotion. The story was no longer just history. It had become personal, immediate, relevant to their own lives and choices. What was the work that Aelfred spoke of? Aldrich asked, his voice carrying clearly in the hushed square. It was not just the shaping of iron, though that was important. It was the shaping of community, the daily labor of building trust, maintaining connections, caring for neighbors, preserving the values that make life worth living. He began to move around the circle as he spoke, making eye contact with individual faces, personalizing the message for each listener. That work continues today, in every act of kindness between neighbors, in every skill passed from parent to child, in every choice to build rather than destroy, to unite rather than divide. The hammer that Aelfred spoke of is not just the blacksmith's tool. It is the responsibility that each generation bears to preserve and strengthen the community they inherit. As Aldrich continued his storytelling, weaving together the ancient chronicle with contemporary concerns, he began to see a transformation taking place in his audience. The initial skepticism and polite attention had given way to something deeper, a recognition that the stories he was telling were not just entertainment, but essential truths about who they were and what they might become. He spoke of other heroes from the Chronicle, connecting their struggles to the challenges faced by people in the square. He told of wise women who had preserved knowledge through dark times, linking their stories to Winfleda's grandmother and her secret collection of tales. He described craftsmen and farmers whose skills had sustained their communities through famine and war, honoring the daily heroism of people like Osmond and Edric. But perhaps most importantly, he began to tell new stories, narratives that connected the ancient past to the immediate present, that helped people see their own lives as part of the great continuing tale of human struggle and triumph. The chronicle I have been copying ends with the year 950, he said as his storytelling drew toward its climax. But the story it tells does not end there. It continues in every choice we make, every stand we take, every act of courage or kindness or sacrifice that we perform in service of something larger than ourselves. He returned to the center of the square, his voice growing stronger as he approached his conclusion. We do not know what challenges the coming months may bring. We cannot predict what choices we may be called upon to make. But we do know this. We are not the first generation to face uncertainty and danger. We are not the first community to stand at a crossroads where the future hangs in the balance. Around the square, heads were nodding in recognition and agreement. The stories had done their work, connecting past to present, individual to community, fear to hope. We are the inheritors of Aelfred's courage, of all the heroes and heroines whose names may be forgotten, but whose legacy lives on in our blood and our bones. We are the keepers of stories that have sustained our people through every trial they have faced. And we are the authors of the next chapter in that great continuing tale. Aldrich's voice rose to carry over the entire square, reaching every ear, touching every heart. Whatever comes, we will face it together. Whatever challenges arise, we will meet them with the wisdom of the past and the strength of the present. Whatever stories future generations tell about our time, let them say that we remembered who we were, that we stood for what we believed in, and that we passed the hammer of community and courage on to those who came after us. The silence that followed his words was profound, charged with emotion and recognition. Then, slowly, applause began. Not the polite acknowledgement of a performance well delivered, but the deep appreciation of a community that had been reminded of its own strength and purpose. Lord Godric was the first to speak, his voice carrying clearly in the hushed square. Brother Aldric has reminded us tonight of truths we must never forget. We are not just individuals living in the same place, we are a community, bound together by ties stronger than blood, united by values deeper than convenience. The Lord's words sparked a response that surprised everyone present. One by one, people began to stand and speak, sharing their own stories, their own connections to the narratives Aldric had woven together. Farmers spoke of ancestors who had cleared the land and built the first settlements. Craftsmen told of techniques and traditions passed down through generations. Women shared stories of mothers and grandmothers who had preserved knowledge and sustained families through difficult times. What emerged was a tapestry of narrative that was far richer and more complex than any single chronicle could contain. Each story was connected to all the others, each voice part of a larger chorus that sang of struggle and triumph, of loss and renewal, of the endless human capacity to endure and overcome. Winfleda was among those who spoke, her clear voice carrying across the square as she told of her grandmother's secret learning and her determination to preserve stories that might otherwise be lost. As she spoke, Aldrich saw several other women nodding in recognition, and he realized that the tradition of hidden literacy might be more widespread than anyone had suspected. Aelred also found his voice that night, speaking not of his restlessness and desire to leave Thornwick, but of his growing understanding that adventure and heroism could be found anywhere, that the greatest journeys were often internal ones that led not away from home, but deeper into it. As the night wore on and the stories continued to flow, Aldrich began to understand that something profound was happening in the village square. The community was not just remembering its past, it was actively creating its future, weaving together individual narratives into a collective identity that would sustain them through whatever trials lay ahead. The formal storytelling had ended, but the real work was just beginning. In the conversations that continued long into the night, in the connections being forged and renewed, in the shared recognition of common purpose and mutual dependence, the people of Thornwick were writing the next chapter of their own chronicle. When the celebration finally began to wind down in the early hours of the morning, Aldrich found himself surrounded by people who wanted to thank him, to share additional stories, to ask questions about the chronicles and their relevance to contemporary concerns. But perhaps the most meaningful moment came when Godwin approached him with tears still glistening in his eyes. "Brother," the blacksmith said, his voice thick with emotion, "you've given me back my ancestor tonight, not just as a name in an old story, but as a living presence, a guide for how to live and what to fight for. I don't know how to thank you for that gift." "The gift was already yours, Godwin," Aldrich replied. "I just helped you see it more clearly." As he made his way back up the hill toward the monastery, accompanied by Brother Anselm and the other monks, Aldrich felt a deep sense of satisfaction and completion. The evening had accomplished everything Lord Godric had hoped for, and more. The community had been reminded of its strength and unity, prepared emotionally and spiritually for whatever challenges might come. But more than that, Aldrich had discovered something about himself and his calling that he had never fully understood before. He was not just a copyist of ancient texts, but a living bridge between past and present, a keeper of stories that had the power to transform lives and communities. "You did well tonight, my boy," Brother Anselm said as they walked through the darkness. "I've never seen anything quite like it. The way you wove together the old stories and the new, the way you helped people see themselves as part of something larger and more meaningful." "It felt right," Aldrich said simply, as if this was what the stories were meant for, not just to be preserved, but to be lived. As they reached the monastery gates and prepared to return to their cells, Aldrich looked back once more at the village below. A few torches still flickered in the square, and he could see small groups of people still engaged in conversation, still sharing stories, still strengthening the bonds that would sustain them in the days to come. Tomorrow, he would return to his copying, adding new pages to the chronicle that preserved the ancient past. But he would also begin a new project, recording the stories he had heard that night, preserving for future generations the voices and narratives that had emerged from the community's collective memory. The harvest moon was setting in the west as Aldrich finally settled into his cell for what remained of the night. But sleep was slow in coming, as his mind continued to turn over the events of the evening, the connections that had been made, the stories that had been shared. Somewhere in the darkness beyond his window, the future was taking shape, influenced by the words that had been spoken and the bonds that had been strengthened. The chronicle he was copying had become more than just a historical document. It had become a living tool for community building, a bridge between the wisdom of the past and the challenges of the present. And Brother Aldrich, the quiet scholar who had sought only to preserve ancient words, had discovered his true calling as a storyteller, whose words had the power to shape the future itself. As the harvest moon sets over Thornwick, the echoes of the night's storytelling continue to resonate through the community. What began as a simple feast has become a transformative moment, a gathering where ancient stories and contemporary concerns have been woven together into a new understanding of collective identity and purpose. In his cell above the village, Brother Aldrich finally sleeps, unaware that the stories told this night have set in motion forces that will soon test everything the community has learned about itself. The ships on the horizon. The warning came with the dawn, carried by a fisherman whose boat had been at sea when the first sails appeared on the eastern horizon. Aldrich was in the scriptorium, his quill moving steadily across the parchment as he worked to capture the stories from the harvest feast while they remained fresh in his memory. When the bell in the monastery tower began to ring, not the measured tolling that called the brothers to prayer, but the urgent, irregular clanging that meant danger. He set down his quill and moved to the window, looking out over the valley where the morning mist was just beginning to lift. Below, he could see unusual activity in the village. People running between houses, gathering in small groups, pointing toward the coast that lay hidden beyond the eastern hills. Even at this distance, he could sense the tension and fear that had suddenly transformed the peaceful morning into something charged with possibility and dread. Brother Anselm appeared in the doorway of the scriptorium, his usually calm demeanor showing cracks of concern. Aldrich, Lord Godric has sent word. Ships have been sighted, many ships, moving in formation toward our coast. He wants you to come to the manor house immediately. As Aldrich hurried down the hill toward the village, he found himself thinking of the stories he had told just 3 nights before, of Aelfred the Bold and the Viking raiders who had threatened Thornwick a century ago. The parallel was so exact that it seemed almost like fate, as if the very act of remembering the past had somehow summoned it back into the present. The village was in controlled chaos when he arrived. People were moving with purpose rather than panic, but the urgency was unmistakable. He saw Godwin directing a group of young men who were carrying tools and materials, not weapons, but the implements needed to fortify buildings and create barriers. Nearby, Winfleda was helping to organize the women and children, her calm voice cutting through the confusion as she assigned tasks and responsibilities. The sight of these preparations brought home the reality of what was happening in a way that the distant bell and hurried messages had not. This was not a drill or a precaution. This was the beginning of the crisis that Lord Godric had been anticipating. The test that would determine whether the community's bonds were strong enough to withstand the storm. At the manor house, Aldrich found Lord Godric in the great hall, surrounded by maps and messengers, his face grim with concentration as he processed reports and issued orders. The Lord looked up as Aldrich entered, and the monk was struck by the transformation that had taken place in just 3 days. The thoughtful, philosophical man who had spoken of stories and community had been replaced by a military commander preparing for war. Brother Aldrich, Lord Godric said, rising from the table where he had been studying a map of the coastline. Thank you for coming so quickly. I need your help with something that may be more important than all our other preparations combined. Of course, my lord. What can I do? I need you to help me speak to the people. In a few hours, when the immediate preparations are complete, I'm going to address the entire community about what we're facing and what we need to do. But I don't want to simply issue orders and expect obedience. I want to remind them of who they are, of what they're fighting for, of the stories that connect them to this place and to each other. Aldrich nodded, understanding immediately what Lord Godric was asking. The harvest feast had shown the power of stories to unite and inspire people, but that had been in a context of celebration and abundance. Now they needed to discover whether the same narratives could provide strength and courage in the face of genuine danger. "What do we know about the threat?" Aldrich asked. "More than I hoped, less than I'd like," Lord Godric replied, turning back to the map. The fishermen who brought the warning counted at least 20 ships, possibly more. They're moving in formation, which suggests organization and planning rather than opportunistic raiding, and they're heading directly for the river mouth that leads to our valley. He traced a line on the map with his finger, showing the route the ships would likely take. If they follow the pattern of previous raids, they'll beach their ships here, at the river mouth, then move inland along the water. That gives us perhaps 2 days before they reach the village. Maybe 3 if we're fortunate. 2 days, Aldrich repeated, trying to absorb the implications. Is that enough time to prepare adequate defenses? Lord Godric's expression was grim. That depends on what you mean by adequate. We can't match them in numbers or equipment. These are professional warriors, men who make their living by violence and conquest. Our only advantages are knowledge of the terrain, the defensive positions we can prepare, and... He paused, looking directly at Aldrich. And the unity and determination of our people. The same advantages that Aelfred had. Exactly, which is why your role is so crucial, brother. I can organize the physical defenses, position our fighters, coordinate our tactics. But you're the one who can remind our people why they're fighting. Help them find the courage they'll need when the moment of truth arrives. Over the next several hours, as the sun climbed toward its zenith and the preparations in the village intensified, Aldrich found himself at the center of a whirlwind of activity, unlike anything he had ever experienced. Messengers arrived with updates on the approaching ships. Scouts returned with reports on possible defensive positions, and a steady stream of people came to the manor house seeking guidance, reassurance, or simply information about what was happening. Through it all, Aldrich worked with Lord Godric to craft the message they would deliver to the community. It needed to be honest about the danger they faced, but also inspiring about their chances of survival. It needed to acknowledge the fear that everyone was feeling, but also tap into the deeper sources of strength and courage that the harvest feast had revealed. The key, Lord Godric said as they refined their approach, is to help people understand that this is not just about survival. It's about preserving everything that makes life worth living. The raiders aren't just threatening our property or even our lives. They're threatening our way of life, our values, our connections to each other and to this place. Aldrich thought of Winfleda's hidden book of stories, of Aelred's growing understanding of his place in the family tradition, of all the small but precious things that made Thornwick more than just a collection of buildings and fields. We're fighting for the right to remain who we are, he said. Exactly, and that's a cause worth any sacrifice. As the afternoon wore on, word spread through the village that Lord Godric would address the community at sunset. People began to gather in the square where the harvest feast had been held just 3 nights before. But the mood was very different now. The torches that had created such a magical atmosphere were replaced by the harsh light of practical preparation. The tables that had groaned under the weight of food and drink were gone, replaced by stacks of weapons and supplies. But despite the changed circumstances, Aldrich could see evidence of the bonds that had been strengthened during the feast. People were working together with an efficiency and cooperation that spoke of deep trust and shared purpose. Families were making difficult decisions about who would fight and who would seek safety, but they were making them together, supporting each other through the process. When Lord Godric finally stood to address the assembled community, the square fell silent with an intensity that was almost physical. Every face was turned toward him, every ear straining to hear his words, every heart hoping for guidance and reassurance. "My friends," he began, his voice carrying clearly in the still evening air, "by now you all know why we have gathered. Ships have been sighted off our coast. Many ships carrying men who mean us harm. They will be here within 2 days, and when they arrive, we will face the same choice that our ancestors faced a century ago." He paused, letting his gaze move around the circle of faces that surrounded him. Aldrich could see the fear in many of those faces, but also determination, and something that might have been anticipation. "We can flee, abandoning everything we have built in hopes of finding safety elsewhere. We can submit, hoping that cooperation will earn us mercy. Or we can stand and fight, risking everything in defense of our home and our way of life." "We fight," called out a voice from the crowd. Godwin, the blacksmith, his words carrying the same pride and determination that had marked his ancestors' choice a century before. "We fight," Lord Godric agreed, his voice growing stronger. "But not because we are warriors by nature, not because we love violence or seek glory in battle. We fight because some things are worth fighting for, because some values are worth any sacrifice to preserve." He gestured toward the buildings that surrounded the square, toward the workshops and homes that represented generations of labor and love. "Look around you. See what we have built together. Not just houses and shops, but a community, a place where children can grow up safe and free, where neighbors help each other in times of need, where skills and knowledge are passed from generation to generation. This is what the raiders would destroy, not out of necessity, but out of greed and cruelty." Aldrich watched the faces in the crowd as Lord Godric spoke, seeing the way his words were taking effect. The fear was still there, but it was being balanced by something stronger, a recognition of what they stood to lose, and a determination not to let that happen without a fight. Brother Aldrich reminded us 3 nights ago of the story of Aelfred the Bold, Lord Godric continued, turning toward the monk. Tonight, he will remind us of other stories, other examples of ordinary people who found extraordinary courage when it was needed most. As Aldrich stepped forward to take his place in the center of the square, he felt the weight of the moment settling upon his shoulders. 3 nights ago, he had told stories to inspire and unite a community in celebration. Tonight, he would tell stories to prepare that same community for war. "The chronicle I have been copying," he began, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation, "is full of stories about times like this. Moments when communities faced threats that seemed overwhelming, when ordinary people were called upon to do extraordinary things." He began with the story of a village much like Thornwick that had faced Viking raiders 2 centuries before. The people had been outnumbered and outarmed, but they had used their knowledge of the local terrain to create an ambush that had saved their community. Then he told of a group of farmers who had held off a much larger force by working together, each person playing their part in a coordinated defense. But perhaps most importantly, he told stories of the aftermath. of communities that had survived such trials and emerged stronger than before, bound together by shared hardship and mutual sacrifice. In every case, he said, his voice growing more passionate as he warmed to his theme, the key to survival was not superior weapons or tactics, but unity of purpose. People who might have been strangers or even rivals in peaceful times became brothers and sisters when faced with a common threat. He paused, looking around the circle of faces that surrounded him. That transformation has already begun here in Thornwick. I can see it in the way you've worked together today, in the way you've supported each other through this crisis. You are no longer just individuals who happen to live in the same place. You are a community, bound together by ties stronger than blood. As Aldrich continued his storytelling, weaving together ancient tales and contemporary realities, he began to see the same transformation taking place that had occurred during the harvest feast. The fear and uncertainty that had marked the beginning of the gathering were being replaced by something stronger, a sense of shared identity and common purpose that would sustain the community through whatever trials lay ahead. He spoke of heroes and heroines from the Chronicle, but also of the heroism that was present in the square that very night. The courage of parents who were preparing to risk everything for their children's future. The determination of craftsmen who were ready to defend the workshops where they had spent their lives creating beauty and utility. The wisdom of elders who understood that some things were worth any sacrifice to preserve. Tomorrow, he said, as his storytelling drew toward its climax, we will begin the practical work of defense, building barriers, positioning fighters, preparing for the battle that is coming. But tonight, we prepare our hearts and spirits for what lies ahead. His voice rose to carry over the entire square, reaching every ear, touching every heart. We are not the first generation to face such a test, and we will not be the last. But we are the generation that has been chosen to face it now, in this place, for these people, for these values. And when future generations tell the story of what happened here, let them say that we remembered who we were, that we stood for what we believed in, and that we proved worthy of the legacy that was entrusted to our care. The response to his words was immediate and powerful. People began to stand, one by one, speaking their own commitments to the defense of their community. Farmers pledged their knowledge of the land. Craftsmen offered their skills in creating weapons and fortifications. Women promised to care for the wounded and maintain the supplies that would be needed for an extended siege. But perhaps most moving of all were the young people who stepped forward to take their places in the defense. Aelred was among them. His earlier restlessness transformed into a fierce determination to protect the home he had once dreamed of leaving. Winfleda also spoke, offering not just her skills as a healer and organizer, but her literacy, her ability to carry messages and coordinate communications that might prove crucial in the coming battle. As the formal gathering drew to a close and people began to disperse to their homes, for what might be their last peaceful night for some time, Aldrich found himself surrounded by individuals who wanted to share their own stories, their own connections to the narratives he had woven together. An elderly woman named Edith told him of her grandmother's memories of the last great raid, of lessons learned and passed down through the generations. A young farmer named Cuthbert spoke of his determination to protect the fields his family had worked for 4 generations. A merchant named Aldwin, who had been traveling through the region when the crisis began, announced his decision to stay and fight alongside his temporary hosts rather than flee to safety. Each story added another thread to the tapestry of community identity that was being woven that night. another connection between individual purpose and collective survival. By the time the last person had spoken and the square had finally emptied, Aldrich understood that something profound had taken place. Not just a military mobilization, but a spiritual transformation that would sustain the community regardless of what the coming days might bring. As he walked back toward the monastery in the company of Brother Anselm and the other monks, Aldrich found himself thinking about the nature of courage and the sources of strength that people drew upon in times of crisis. The stories he had told that night were important, but they were only the beginning. The real test would come when the raiders arrived, when words would have to be transformed into actions, when the bonds of community would be tested by fire and sword. "You did well tonight," Brother Anselm said as they climbed the hill toward the monastery gates. "I've never seen anything like the way you helped those people find their courage, their sense of purpose." "The courage was already there," Aldrich replied. "I just helped them see it." "Perhaps, but that may be the most important gift anyone can offer. The ability to help people see their own strength, their own capacity for heroism." As they reached the monastery and prepared to return to their cells, Aldrich looked back once more at the village below. Lights still flickered in many of the windows, and he could imagine the conversations that were taking place. Families making final preparations, friends sharing what might be their last peaceful moments together, individuals wrestling with fear and finding the courage to face whatever tomorrow might bring. In his cell, Aldrich knelt for his evening prayers, but found his thoughts turning repeatedly to the practical challenges that lay ahead. The storytelling was finished. The community had been prepared emotionally and spiritually for what was coming. Now came the harder task: translating inspiration into action, turning unity of purpose into effective resistance. Tomorrow would bring the beginning of the physical preparations for defense. Lord Godric had already outlined the basic strategy, using the natural features of the valley to channel the raiders into killing zones, creating multiple lines of defense that would allow the community to fall back in good order if necessary, positioning the non-combatants in secure locations where they could continue to support the fighters. But Aldrich understood that his own role was far from over. In the days ahead, as fear and exhaustion took their toll, as the reality of warfare replaced the inspiration of storytelling, the community would need constant reminders of what they were fighting for and why their cause was just. The stories that had united them would need to be retold, reinforced, and lived out in the daily choices that each person made. As he finally settled into his narrow bed for what remained of the night, Aldrich found himself thinking of Winfleda's grandmother and her secret collection of stories. Somewhere in that hidden book were tales of other communities that had faced similar trials, other heroes and heroines who had found the strength to defend what they loved against overwhelming odds. Tomorrow, he decided, he would ask Winfleda to share some of those stories, not for the chronicle he was copying, but for the living document that the community was writing with their own actions, their own choices, their own willingness to sacrifice for something larger than themselves. The ships were still somewhere beyond the horizon, but they were coming, and when they arrived, they would find not a collection of frightened individuals, but a community that had remembered its strength, rediscovered its unity, and prepared itself to write the next chapter in the great continuing story of human courage and resilience. In the darkness beyond his window, the future was taking shape, influenced by the words that had been spoken and the bonds that had been strengthened. The chronicle Aldrich was copying had become more than just a historical document. It had become a living guide for facing the challenges of the present, a bridge between the wisdom of the past and the courage needed for the future. And Brother Aldrich, the quiet scholar who had sought only to preserve ancient words, had discovered that sometimes the most important stories were not the ones written in books, but the ones lived out in the daily choices of ordinary people faced with extraordinary circumstances. The dawn would bring new challenges, new tests of the community's resolve. But for now, in the quiet hours before the storm, there was peace. The peace that comes from knowing that whatever happens, it will be faced together, with courage drawn from shared stories and strength found in the bonds that connect one human heart to another. As the night deepens over Thornwick, the community settles into an uneasy sleep, knowing that tomorrow will bring the beginning of their greatest trial. The ships are still beyond the horizon, but their approach is as inevitable as the dawn. In the village below the monastery, families hold each other a little closer. Craftsmen check their tools one more time, and young people wrestle with fears they have never faced before. The stories have been told, the bonds have been strengthened, and the community has remembered who it is and what it stands for. Now comes the test that will determine whether words can be transformed into action, whether inspiration can sustain them through the reality of war, the hammer and the anvil. The first day of preparation dawned gray and cold, with a wind from the east that carried the salt scent of the sea and something else, a tension that seemed to press against the skin like the air before a thunderstorm. Aldrich woke before the bell for lauds, his sleep having been broken by dreams of ships and fire, of voices calling across dark water, of stories that transformed themselves into living nightmares. He made his way to the window of his cell and looked out over the valley where the morning mist was just beginning to lift. Below, the village was already stirring with purposeful activity. Even at this distance, he could see people moving between the buildings, carrying tools and materials, gathering in small groups to receive instructions or share information. The peaceful rhythm of daily life had been replaced by something more urgent, more focused, more fraught with consequence. After the morning prayers, Brother Anselm approached him with a request that was both expected and daunting. "Lord Godric has asked that you spend the day in the village, brother, not just to observe the preparations, but to be part of them. The people will need encouragement, reminders of why they're doing this difficult work. Your presence, your voice, they may be as important as any sword or shield." As Aldrich made his way down the hill toward the village, he found himself thinking about the transformation that had taken place in his own understanding of his role and purpose. A week ago, he had been a simple copyist, concerned primarily with preserving ancient texts and maintaining the quiet rhythms of scholarly life. Now he was being asked to serve as something between a chaplain and a chronicler, helping to sustain the morale of a community preparing for war, while simultaneously recording the events that would become history for future generations. The village square, which had been the site of celebration just 4 nights before, had been transformed into a command center for the defense preparations. Tables had been set up where Lord Godric and his lieutenants were coordinating the various aspects of their strategy, while messengers came and went with reports from scouts and updates on the progress of different work parties. But it was the work itself that truly revealed the magnitude of what the community was attempting. Under Godwin's direction, a group of men were constructing barriers across the main approaches to the village. Not elaborate fortifications, but simple obstacles designed to slow attackers and channel them into predetermined killing zones. Women and older children were gathering supplies and preparing the buildings that would serve as refuges for non-combatants. Young men who had never held weapons more dangerous than farming tools were receiving hasty instruction in the use of spears and bows. "Brother Aldrich," called a voice as he approached the square. He turned to see Winfleda hurrying toward him, her usual calm demeanor showing signs of strain but also determination. "Thank goodness you're here. We need your help with something." She led him to a group of women who were working to organize medical supplies and prepare spaces for treating the wounded. Among them was Edith, the elderly woman who had spoken the night before about her grandmother's memories of the last great raid. "Tell him what you told us, Edith," Winfleda said. The old woman looked up from the bandages she was rolling, her weathered face creased with worry. "It's about the children, brother. During the last raid, my grandmother said, the raiders didn't just kill the fighters, they took the young ones, the ones they could sell as slaves. We need to make plans not just for hiding them, but for getting them away entirely if the worst happens." Aldrich felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. In all his reading of the Chronicle, in all the stories he had told about ancient heroes and glorious victories, he had somehow managed to avoid thinking too deeply about the full reality of what they were facing. These were not honorable enemies seeking a fair fight, but predators who would take whatever they could carry and destroy whatever they could not use. "What do you suggest?" he asked. "There's a shepherd's hut in the hills, about 3 miles north of here," Winfleda said. "It's well hidden, with fresh water and enough shelter for perhaps 20 people. If we prepare it properly, stock it with supplies, it could serve as a refuge for the youngest children and their guardians." "But someone would need to lead them there," Edith added. "Someone who knows the paths, who could keep them quiet and hidden if the raiders come looking." Aldrich looked around the group of women, seeing in their faces the same mixture of fear and determination that had marked the entire community's response to the crisis. These were mothers and grandmothers, sisters and daughters, who were preparing not just to support the fighters, but to make the ultimate sacrifice if necessary, to send their children away to safety while they remained behind to face whatever came. "I could do it," said a quiet voice. They turned to see a young woman named Hilda, barely out of girlhood herself, who had been listening to the conversation while continuing to work on the medical preparations. "I know those hills better than anyone except the shepherds themselves. And I don't have children of my own to worry about." The offer hung in the air for a moment, heavy with implication. What Hilda was volunteering for was not just a dangerous journey, but potential exile. If the village fell, if the raiders destroyed everything, she and the children she led to safety might be all that remained of the community they had known. "That's a brave offer, Hilda," Winfleda said gently. "But let's not make any final decisions yet. We still have time to prepare, to consider all our options." As the morning progressed, Aldrich found himself moving between different groups of workers, offering encouragement where it was needed, listening to concerns and suggestions, helping to solve the small problems that inevitably arose when people were attempting something they had never done before. At the barriers being constructed across the main road, he found Aelred working alongside his father and several other young men, learning to fit wooden stakes together in patterns that would force attackers to slow down and expose themselves to defensive fire. The young man looked up as Aldrich approached, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool air. "It's strange, brother," Aelred said, pausing in his work to wipe his hands on a cloth. "A week ago, all I could think about was leaving this place, seeing the world beyond these hills. Now, the thought of anyone taking it away from us. He shook his head, unable to finish the sentence. You've discovered what your ancestor knew, Aldrich said. That home isn't just a place. It's the people and the memories and the connections that make life meaningful. Godwin looked up from his own work, his face showing the strain of the past day, but also a fierce pride in what they were accomplishing. Aelred's been a revelation, he said. I always worried that he didn't understand the value of what we have here. But when the crisis came, he stepped up like a true descendant of Aelfred the Bold. Father and son exchanged a look that spoke of understanding reached and bonds strengthened by shared purpose. It was one of many small reconciliations that Aldrich had observed throughout the day, as the pressure of external threat forced people to set aside petty differences and focus on what truly mattered. As the afternoon wore on, scouts began returning with more detailed information about the approaching raiders. The news was both better and worse than they had initially feared. Better because the force was smaller than first estimated, perhaps 15 ships rather than 20, carrying maybe 300 warriors rather than 400. Worse because the ships were moving faster than expected, and their route suggested a level of local knowledge that was deeply troubling. They know exactly where they're going, Lord Godric said grimly as he studied the reports in the village square. This isn't a random raid. It's a planned assault on a specific target. Someone has told them about our valley, about the wealth that's accumulated here, about the best routes inland. The implication was clear and deeply disturbing. Somewhere in the region was a traitor, someone who had sold information about Thornwick's defenses and resources to the raiders. It was a betrayal that struck at the very heart of the community's sense of security and trust. Who could it be? Asked one of Lord Godric's lieutenants, a grizzled veteran named Oswald, who had served the family for 20 years. It could be anyone, Lord Godric replied. A merchant who trades along the coast, a traveler who passed through and noted our prosperity, even one of our own people who has grievances we don't know about. The important thing now is not to let suspicion divide us when we need unity most. But Aldrich could see that the seed of doubt had been planted. As word of the betrayal spread through the village, he noticed people looking at each other with new wariness, wondering which of their neighbors might have sold them to their enemies. It was exactly the kind of division that could destroy a community's ability to defend itself, and he knew that something needed to be done to counter it. That evening, as the workers gathered for a hasty meal before returning to their preparations, Aldrich stood once again in the village square to address the community. But this time, his message was different from the inspiring tales of ancient heroes that he had shared before. I know that many of you are troubled by the news that someone has betrayed our location to the raiders, he began, his voice carrying clearly in the still evening air. It's natural to feel anger, to want to know who among us has sold our safety for silver. But I ask you to remember something important. We are not responsible for the choices that others make, only for our own. He paused, looking around at the faces that surrounded him, seeing the mixture of anger and uncertainty that the news had created. In the chronicle I have been copying, there are many stories of betrayal, of communities torn apart by suspicion and mistrust. But there are also stories of communities that survived such betrayals by refusing to let them destroy the bonds that held them together. He began to tell the story of a village that had faced a similar situation 2 centuries before. A community that had been betrayed by one of its own members, but had survived because the people chose to trust each other, rather than give in to suspicion and fear. The betrayer in that story was eventually discovered and punished, Aldrich said. But the real victory belonged to those who refused to let one person's treachery poison their relationships with everyone else. They understood that the moment they stopped trusting each other, they would have already lost the most important battle. As he spoke, Aldrich could see the tension in the crowd beginning to ease slightly. People were nodding in recognition of the truth he was sharing, remembering their own experiences of how suspicion and mistrust could destroy relationships and communities. "We don't know who betrayed us," he continued. "We may never know, but we do know who we can trust: each other. The people who have worked beside you today, who have shared their fears and hopes with you, who have committed themselves to defending everything we hold dear. Don't let the unknown betrayer rob you of the known bonds that make us strong." The response was not as dramatic as it had been to his earlier storytelling, but it was perhaps more important. People began to turn to their neighbors, to renew the commitments they had made, to consciously choose trust over suspicion. It was a small victory, but a crucial one in maintaining the unity that would be essential in the trials ahead. As the evening progressed and the various work parties returned to their tasks, Aldrich found himself drawn to the forge where Godwin was working by lamplight to create the weapons that would be needed for the defense. The blacksmith was crafting spear points with the same care and precision that he brought to his peacetime work. But there was something different in his manner, a grimness that spoke of the deadly purpose these tools would serve. "How many can you make?" Aldrich asked, watching as Godwin shaped the red-hot iron with practiced strokes of his hammer. "As many as we need," Godwin replied without looking up from his work. "I've got every piece of scrap iron in the village, and I'll work through the night if necessary. The question isn't whether we'll have enough weapons. It's whether we'll have enough people who know how to use them." It was a sobering reminder of the reality they faced. For all the community's unity and determination, for all the inspiring stories of ancient heroes, the simple fact remained that they were farmers and craftsmen preparing to fight professional warriors. Their advantages lay not in superior skill or equipment, but in their knowledge of the terrain, their commitment to defending their homes, and the bonds of mutual support that held them together. "Tell me about your ancestors' battle," Aldrich said. "Not the version in the chronicle, but the family stories, the details that only you would know." Godwin paused in his work, the hammer resting in his hand as he considered the question. "The thing most people don't understand about Aelfred," he said finally, "is that he wasn't a natural warrior. He was a craftsman, like me. Someone who solved problems by thinking them through, by understanding how things worked together." He set down his hammer and moved to a wooden chest in the corner of the forge, from which he withdrew a piece of metal that Aldrich had never seen before. It was clearly very old, pitted with rust and worn smooth in places, but its shape was unmistakable. The head of a war hammer, designed not for shaping iron, but for breaking skulls. "This was his," Godwin said simply. "The weapon he carried in that final battle. My family has kept it all these years, not as a relic to be worshipped, but as a reminder of what ordinary people can do when they're fighting for something they love." Aldrich stared at the ancient weapon, feeling the weight of history in its corroded surface. This was not just a tool of war, but a tangible connection to the events he had been copying in the chronicle, a bridge between the written word and the lived reality of human struggle. "The raiders expected to face frightened farmers," Godwin continued, returning the hammerhead to its resting place. What they found instead was a community that had learned to think and act as one. Aelfred didn't win through superior strength or skill. He won because he understood that the real battle was not between individual warriors, but between different ideas about how people should live. What do you mean? The raiders saw the world as a place where the strong took what they wanted from the weak, where might made right and compassion was weakness. Aelfred and his people represented something different. The idea that people could work together, that they could create something larger and more valuable than what any individual could achieve alone. Godwin picked up his hammer and returned to his work, the rhythmic striking of iron on iron providing a counterpoint to his words. That's what we're really fighting for, brother. Not just our homes and our property, but our way of life. Our belief that people can choose cooperation over conflict, creation over destruction. As the night deepened and the work continued throughout the village, Aldrich found himself moving between different groups, offering what help and encouragement he could. At the medical station, he assisted Winfleda and the other women in preparing supplies and organizing the spaces that would be used to treat the wounded. At the barriers, he helped carry materials and offered words of support to the men who were working to complete the defenses. But perhaps most importantly, he listened. In the conversations that took place during brief breaks in the work, in the stories that people shared to keep their spirits up, in the quiet moments when individuals wrestled with their fears and doubts, Aldrich heard the real chronicle of what was happening in Thornwick. Not the official version that would eventually be written down, but the human truth of how ordinary people faced extraordinary circumstances. There was Cuthbert the farmer, who spoke of his determination to protect the fields that his family had worked for generations, even though he had never held a weapon in anger. There was Martha the baker, who was preparing to feed the defenders while her own husband stood ready to fight beside them. There was young Thomas, barely 16, who had volunteered to serve as a messenger despite the obvious dangers such a role would entail. Each story added another thread to the tapestry of community courage that was being woven that night. Another example of how individual choices combined to create collective strength. And gradually, as Aldrich listened and observed, he began to understand that he was witnessing something remarkable. Not just the preparation for a battle, but the birth of a new kind of community, forged in the crucible of shared danger and mutual dependence. Near midnight, as the most urgent preparations were finally complete, and people began to seek what rest they could before the next day's challenges, Lord Godric approached Aldrich with a request that was both honor and burden. "Brother," he said, his voice heavy with exhaustion but also with resolve, "I want you to know that whatever happens in the coming days, your work here has been invaluable. You've helped us remember who we are and what we're fighting for, but I have one more favor to ask." "Of course, my lord. If the worst happens, if our defenses fail, if the village falls, I want you to survive. I want you to escape with the children and the other non-combatants, to carry the story of what happened here to other communities, to make sure that our sacrifice is not forgotten." The request struck Aldrich like a physical blow. Lord Godric was asking him to prepare for the possibility of total defeat, to plan for a future in which everything they were fighting for would be lost. But more than that, he was asking Aldrich to accept the role of chronicler not just of victory, but of martyrdom. "My lord, I know it's a difficult thing to ask," Lord Godric interrupted, "but someone needs to tell the true story of what happens here, not the version that the raiders will spread, but the truth about how a community chose to stand together rather than submit or flee. That's a story that other people need to hear. A story that might inspire them to make similar choices when their own time of testing comes." As Aldrich walked back toward the monastery in the pre-dawn darkness, his mind churned with the weight of what had been asked of him. He had come to Thornwick as a simple copyist, concerned only with preserving ancient texts. Now he was being asked to serve as the chronicler of contemporary events, to bear witness to whatever tragedy or triumph the coming days might bring. But more than that, he was being asked to prepare for the possibility that he might be the sole survivor of the community he had come to love. The only voice left to tell their story to a world that might not understand the choices they had made, or the values they had died to defend. In his cell, as he knelt for what might be his last peaceful prayers for some time, Aldrich found himself thinking of all the stories he had copied and told, all the ancient heroes whose deeds had inspired the people of Thornwick to find their own courage. But now he understood that the most important stories were not the ones that had already been written, but the ones that were still being lived, still being shaped by the choices that ordinary people made in extraordinary circumstances. Tomorrow would bring the final day of preparation, and then the raiders would arrive. The community had done everything it could to prepare physically and spiritually for the trial ahead. Now came the test that would determine whether their unity and determination were strong enough to withstand the storm, whether the bonds they had forged were truly unbreakable, whether the stories they told about themselves would prove to be prophecy or merely wishful thinking. As sleep finally claimed him in the hour before dawn, Aldrich's last conscious thought was of Godwin's ancestor's hammer, resting in its wooden chest like a promise waiting to be fulfilled. The tools were ready, the people were prepared, and the stage was set for the next chapter in the great continuing story of human courage and community. Whatever that chapter would contain, Aldrich would be there to witness it, to record it, and, if necessary, to carry its memory forward into whatever future awaited beyond the coming storm. As the second night of preparation draws to a close, the people of Thornwick have transformed their peaceful village into something resembling a fortress. But the real transformation has been internal, a community that has discovered its own strength, its own capacity for sacrifice, its own willingness to stand together against overwhelming odds. In the darkness before dawn, as the defenders snatch what rest they can, the raiders' ships draw ever closer to the river mouth that will bring them to Thornwick's doorstep. The hammer has been lifted. Soon it will fall upon the anvil, and the true metal of the community will be tested in the forge of war. The breaking of the dawn. The raiders came with the morning mist, their ships ghosting up the river like phantoms born from the gray water, and the pale light of a sun that seemed reluctant to rise. Aldrich was in the bell tower of the monastery when the first sail appeared around the bend in the river, and for a moment he stood frozen, watching as nightmare became reality, as all their preparations and fears crystallized into the simple, terrible fact of enemy ships moving steadily toward the village he had come to love. The bell rope was in his hands. He had volunteered for this duty, knowing that his position in the tower would give him the best view of the raiders' approach and allow him to sound the warning that would set their defense plans in motion. But for a heartbeat that seemed to stretch into eternity, he could only stare at the approaching vessels, counting their number, estimating their size, trying to comprehend the magnitude of what was about to unfold. 15 ships, just as the scouts had reported. Long, low vessels built for speed and stealth, their dragon-headed prows cutting through the water with predatory grace. Even at this distance, he could see the glint of weapons and armor, could make out the figures of warriors preparing for battle. These were not desperate refugees or opportunistic bandits. but professional fighters who had made their living by violence and conquest for years, perhaps decades. The bell's bronze voice shattered the morning silence, its urgent tolling carrying across the valley like a cry of alarm that would be heard for miles. Below in the village, Aldrich could see people responding immediately to the signal. Figures running between buildings, taking up predetermined positions, making final preparations for the defense they had planned and practiced over the past 2 days. But even as he watched the community mobilize with impressive efficiency, Aldrich felt a cold weight settling in his stomach. All their preparations, all their unity and determination, all the inspiring stories of ancient heroes, how would they measure against the reality of 300 seasoned warriors who had come to take everything the people of Thornwick had spent generations building? By the time Aldrich reached the village square, the transformation was already complete. The peaceful community he had known for the past weeks had vanished, replaced by something that resembled a military camp more than a farming village. The barriers that had been constructed across the main approaches were manned by grim-faced defenders, while archers had taken position on rooftops and behind improvised fortifications. Women and children were moving toward the designated safe areas, carrying supplies and personal belongings, their faces showing the strain of forced calm over barely controlled fear. Lord Godric stood in the center of the square, no longer the thoughtful nobleman who had discussed philosophy and storytelling, but a military commander issuing final orders and coordinating the defense. His transformation was perhaps the most striking of all. Gone was any trace of doubt or uncertainty, replaced by the focused intensity of a man who had accepted the burden of leadership and would see it through to whatever end awaited. "Brother Aldrich," he called as the monk approached, "thank you for sounding the warning. How much time do we have?" "The ships are moving slowly against the current," Aldrich replied, trying to keep his voice steady. "Perhaps an hour before they reach the landing point. Another hour to organize and begin their advance. 2 hours, maybe a little more." Lord Godric nodded grimly. "Enough time to complete our preparations, not enough to second-guess our decisions. That may be a blessing." He turned to address the group of lieutenants who surrounded him. "You all know your positions, your responsibilities. Remember, we're not trying to win a glorious victory here. We're trying to make them pay such a price for what they take that they'll think twice before coming back." As the final preparations continued around him, Aldrich found himself thinking about the nature of heroism and the difference between the stories told about battles and the reality of facing them. In the chronicles he had been copying, conflicts were often described in terms of individual champions and decisive moments, of heroes who turned the tide through superior skill or divine intervention. But what he was witnessing now was something different. Ordinary people preparing to do extraordinary things not through any special gifts or abilities, but through simple determination to protect what they loved. "Brother," called a familiar voice. He turned to see Winfleda approaching, her usual calm demeanor intact despite the circumstances. She was dressed in practical clothing and carried a leather satchel that undoubtedly contained medical supplies. "Are you ready for this?" It was a simple question, but one that cut to the heart of everything Aldrich had been struggling with since the crisis began. Was he ready? Ready for what? To watch people he cared about fight and possibly die? To record the destruction of a community that had welcomed him and trusted him with their stories? To fulfill Lord Godric's request that he survive to bear witness, even if that meant fleeing while others stood and fought? "I don't think anyone can be ready for something like this," he said honestly, "but I'll do what needs to be done." Winfleda nodded, understanding more than he had actually said. "I've been thinking about the stories you've told us, about Aelfred and the others. Do you think they felt ready when their time came?" "Probably not, but they did what was necessary anyway." "Then we're in good company." She reached into her satchel and withdrew a small object wrapped in cloth. "I want you to have this, brother. Whatever happens today, I want you to remember that some things survive even when everything else is lost." Aldrich unwrapped the cloth to reveal a small book, bound in leather and written in the same careful hand he had seen in Winfleda's grandmother's hidden collection. But this was not an ancient text. The ink was fresh, the pages new. "I started writing it after the harvest feast," Winfleda explained. "The stories you told that night, the conversations we've had, the things I've observed during these preparations. I thought someone should record not just what happened, but what it felt like, what it meant to the people who lived through it." Aldrich stared at the book, understanding immediately what she had given him. This was not just a chronicle of events, but a testament to the human experience of facing crisis, a record of how ordinary people found extraordinary courage when it was demanded of them. "Winfleda, Keep it safe," she interrupted. "Add to it if you can. Make sure that whoever reads it understands that we weren't heroes in the way the old stories describe heroes. We were just people who chose to stand together when standing apart would have been easier." Before Aldrich could respond, the sound of horns echoed across the valley. Not the bronze voice of the monastery bell, but the harsh, alien call of war horns blown by the approaching raiders. The sound seemed to transform the very air, charging it with menace and the promise of violence. Around the square, defenders straightened at their posts, gripping their weapons more tightly, preparing for the test that was now only minutes away. Lord Godric climbed onto a wooden platform that had been erected in the center of the square, from which he could address the entire community. His voice carried clearly in the still morning air, reaching every defender at their post, every non-combatant preparing to take shelter. "My friends," he began, and even in those two simple words, Aldrich could hear the weight of everything that was about to happen. "In a few minutes, we will face the greatest test our community has ever known. The men coming up that river are skilled fighters who have conquered other villages, other peoples. They expect to find us frightened and divided, easy prey for their swords and their greed." He paused, letting his gaze move across the faces that surrounded him. Faces that showed fear, yes, but also determination, unity, and something that might have been anticipation. They are about to discover how wrong they are. We are not a collection of individuals cowering behind our walls. We are a community, bound together by shared values, mutual trust, and love for this place we call home. We fight not as strangers thrown together by chance, but as family defending everything that makes life worth living. The response was immediate and powerful. Not cheers or battle cries, but a deep murmur of agreement that seemed to rise from the very ground, a sound that spoke of roots that ran deeper than any sword could reach. "Remember the stories that Brother Aldrich has shared with us," Lord Godric continued. "Remember Aelfred the Bold, and all the others who faced similar trials. They were not superhuman. They were people much like ourselves, who found the courage to do what needed to be done because they understood what they were fighting for." As Lord Godric spoke, Aldrich found himself scanning the faces in the crowd, seeing in them the transformation that had taken place over the past few days. There was Godwyn, standing near the forge where he had worked to create weapons for the defense, his face showing the same determined calm that must have marked his ancestor on that long-ago morning. Nearby stood Aelred, no longer the restless young man who had dreamed of adventure elsewhere, but a defender of the home he had learned to value. "We may not all survive this day," Lord Godric said, his voice growing quieter but somehow more intense. "But those who do will carry forward the memory of those who fall. And those who fall will do so knowing that their sacrifice serves something larger than themselves, the preservation of a way of life that honors the best in human nature." The war horns sounded again, closer now, and scouts began arriving with reports of the raiders' progress. They had landed at the river mouth as expected, and were organizing for their advance inland. 300 warriors, just as estimated, armed with swords and axes, shields and spears. They were moving in good order, showing the discipline of professional soldiers rather than the chaos of a rabble. "Take your positions," Lord Godric commanded, and the square began to empty as people moved to their assigned roles. The defenders filed out to man the barriers and defensive positions, while the non-combatants headed toward the secure areas where they would wait out the battle. But the separation was not absolute. Wives kissed husbands goodbye, children hugged fathers who might not return, friends clasped hands in farewell that might be final. Aldrich found himself caught between two worlds, two responsibilities. Part of him wanted to take up a weapon and stand with the defenders, to share in the danger rather than merely observe it. But he knew that his role was different, perhaps more important in the long term. To witness, to record, to ensure that whatever happened here would be remembered accurately by future generations. As the village emptied and the defenders took their positions, Aldrich made his way to the vantage point that had been selected for him. A position in the upper floor of the grain storehouse that would give him a clear view of the main approaches, while keeping him relatively safe from the immediate fighting. From this window, he would be able to observe the battle and record its progress, fulfilling his duty as chronicler while remaining ready to escape with the non-combatants if the defenses failed. The waiting was perhaps the hardest part. From his position, Aldrich could see the barriers that had been erected across the main road, the archers positioned on rooftops, the small groups of defenders hidden behind walls and fences, ready to emerge when the moment was right. Everything was ready. Every person in position. Every plan as complete as human foresight could make it. Now there was nothing to do but wait for the enemy to arrive and discover whether their preparations would prove sufficient. The first raiders appeared at the edge of the village, just as the sun finally broke through the morning clouds, casting long shadows that seemed to reach toward the defenders like grasping fingers. They moved cautiously at first, clearly aware that they were entering potentially hostile territory, their shields raised and weapons ready. But as they encountered no immediate resistance, their confidence seemed to grow, and their advance became more aggressive. Aldrich watched from his window as the raiders approached the first barrier, a construction of logs and stones that blocked the main road about 200 yards from the village square. It was not meant to stop them. Everyone understood that it would be overrun eventually, but to slow them down, to force them to bunch together, to make them vulnerable to the archers who waited in concealment. The attack on the barrier began with a shower of arrows from the raiders' own archers, followed by a charge of warriors who sought to clear the obstacle through brute force. But as they climbed over the logs and stones, they found themselves exposed to crossfire from defenders they had not seen, hidden in positions that had been carefully prepared over the past 2 days. The battle was joined with a violence that was both shocking and strangely impersonal. Men who had never seen each other before fought with desperate intensity, each side knowing that defeat meant death or slavery. The clash of weapons, the shouts of command and cries of pain, the thud of arrows finding their targets, all of it seemed to transform the peaceful valley into something alien and terrible. But even as Aldrich watched the brutal reality of combat unfold before him, he found himself noting details that spoke to the effectiveness of the community's preparations. The raiders were indeed skilled fighters, but they were fighting on unfamiliar ground against defenders who knew every stone and shadow. The barriers were working as intended, channeling the attackers into killing zones where the villagers' limited numbers could be used most effectively. The first barrier fell after perhaps 20 minutes of fighting, but it had cost the raiders dearly. Aldrich could see bodies lying among the logs and stones, and many of the warriors who pressed forward to the next defensive line were already wounded. More importantly, their confidence had been shaken. They had expected to face frightened farmers, not organized resistance that made them pay for every yard of ground. The pattern repeated itself at the second barrier, then the third. Each defensive position was eventually overrun, but only after extracting a price that the raiders had not expected to pay. The defenders were falling back in good order, just as Lord Godric had planned, making the enemy fight for every building, every street, every inch of ground. But Aldrich could see that the outcome was inevitable. For all their courage and preparation, for all the effectiveness of their tactics, the defenders were simply outnumbered. They were trading space for time, casualties for casualties, but the mathematics of attrition were inexorable. Unless something changed dramatically, the village would eventually fall. It was then that he witnessed something that would stay with him for the rest of his life. A moment that transformed the battle from a military engagement into something approaching legend. The raiders had broken through the third barrier and were advancing on the village square when a figure emerged from the forge where Godwin had been working through the night. It was Aelred, but transformed. No longer the uncertain young man who had questioned his place in the world, but a warrior carrying the ancient warhammer that had belonged to his ancestor, Aelfred the Bold. The sight of the young blacksmith advancing alone against the raiders seemed to electrify the defenders. From rooftops and doorways, from behind walls and barriers, voices began to call out. Not in fear or desperation, but in recognition and defiance. Aelfred! Aelfred! The hammer returns! What followed was not a charge or a battle cry, but something more profound. A moment when the stories of the past became the reality of the present, when the courage of ancestors flowed through the blood of descendants, when a community's faith in itself was vindicated by the actions of a single individual who embodied everything they had been fighting for. Aelred did not fight alone for long. Inspired by his example, defenders began to emerge from their positions, no longer content to trade ground for casualties, but determined to drive the invaders from their home. Godwin appeared at his son's side, then Oswald and Cuthbert and a dozen others, all of them moving with the coordinated purpose that comes from shared training and mutual trust. The raiders, who had been pressing forward with the confidence of inevitable victory, suddenly found themselves facing something they had not expected. Not just resistance, but counterattack. The defenders were no longer falling back, but advancing, and their advance was supported by the intimate knowledge of every building and alley that gave them advantages no amount of professional training could match. From his window, Aldrich watched as the tide of battle began to turn. The raiders were still formidable fighters, but they were now fighting on ground of their enemy's choosing. facing opponents who were no longer content to merely delay defeat, but were actively seeking victory. The mathematical advantage of numbers was being offset by the psychological advantage of fighting for home and family. But even as he witnessed this remarkable transformation, Aldrich knew that the battle was far from over. The raiders were falling back, but they were not broken. Their leaders were already working to reorganize their forces, to adapt their tactics to the unexpected resistance they were facing. This was not the end of the fight, but perhaps only the end of the beginning. As the morning wore on, and the battle continued to rage through the streets of Thornwick, Aldrich found himself torn between his role as observer and his desire to participate. From his position, he could see the ebb and flow of combat, could track the progress of individual skirmishes, could record the details that would allow future generations to understand what had happened here. But he could also see the cost. Bodies lay in the streets, raiders and defenders alike, their blood soaking into the earth that had been tended by generations of farmers. Buildings that had stood for decades were burning, their smoke rising into the clear morning sky like incense offered to the gods of war. The peaceful community he had known was being transformed by violence into something that would never be quite the same again. Yet, even in the midst of destruction, Aldrich could see evidence of the bonds that held the community together. Wounded defenders were being carried to safety by their comrades. Non-combatants were risking their own lives to provide water and supplies to the fighters. And everywhere he looked, he saw examples of people putting the welfare of others before their own safety. It was Winfleda who embodied this spirit most clearly. Despite the danger, she had refused to remain in the secure areas with the other non-combatants, instead moving through the battle zone to tend to the wounded. Aldrich watched from his window as she knelt beside a fallen defender, her hands steady as she worked to stanch a bleeding wound, her presence bringing comfort to a young man who might have been dying far from home. The sight of her courage, her refusal to let fear override her commitment to healing and helping others, reminded Aldrich of why this battle was being fought. It was not just about defending property or maintaining independence. It was about preserving a way of life that valued compassion over cruelty, cooperation over conquest, creation over destruction. As the sun reached its zenith and the battle entered its fourth hour, Aldrich began to see signs that the raiders were reconsidering their position. Their initial confidence had been shattered by the unexpected resistance. Their numbers had been significantly reduced, and they were fighting in an environment where every advantage lay with their opponents. More importantly, they were beginning to understand that even if they eventually won, the cost would be far higher than the potential rewards. These were professional warriors who fought for profit, not glory. They had come to Thornwick expecting easy plunder, not a costly siege. As the morning's fighting demonstrated that the villagers would not submit without extracting a terrible price, the raiders' leaders began to calculate whether continued assault was worth the potential gains. The turning point came when a group of raiders attempted to break through to the village square and found themselves trapped in a carefully prepared ambush. Lord Godric had positioned his best fighters in concealed positions around the square, and when the raiders charged what they thought was a lightly defended area, they found themselves surrounded and cut off from their main force. The fighting in the square was brief but decisive. Caught between converging groups of defenders, with no room to maneuver and no line of retreat, the raiders were overwhelmed. Those who were not killed or wounded threw down their weapons and surrendered. The first time in the entire battle that any of the invaders had given up, rather than fight to the death. The psychological impact of this defeat was immediate and profound. The raiders, who had been pressing attacks elsewhere in the village, suddenly found themselves looking over their shoulders, wondering if they too might be walking into traps. Their advance slowed, then stopped, then began to reverse as unit commanders decided that discretion was the better part of valor. By early afternoon, the last of the raiders had withdrawn from the village, carrying their wounded and leaving their dead behind. They did not flee in panic, but conducted an orderly retreat that spoke to their professionalism even in defeat. But they were undeniably retreating, abandoning their assault on Thornwick and returning to their ships with far less than they had come to take. From his window, Aldrich watched the raiders withdraw with a mixture of relief and amazement. Against all odds, against all reasonable expectations, the community had not just survived the assault, but had actually repelled it. The stories of ancient heroes had become contemporary reality. The bonds forged in celebration and strengthened in preparation had proven strong enough to withstand the ultimate test. But even as he felt the surge of triumph that came with victory, Aldrich was acutely aware of its cost. The village square, which had been the site of joyous celebration just days before, was now littered with the debris of battle. Buildings were damaged, some beyond repair, and most heartbreakingly of all, there were the casualties. Defenders who had given their lives to protect everything they held dear. As the immediate danger passed, and people began to emerge from their defensive positions, Aldrich made his way down from his observation post to join the community in assessing what they had won and what they had lost. The scene that greeted him in the village square was one of exhausted triumph. People embracing each other in relief, tending to the wounded, beginning the grim task of counting their dead. Lord Godric stood in the center of the square, his armor bloodied but his bearing still strong, receiving reports from his lieutenants and issuing orders for the immediate aftermath of the battle. When he saw Aldrich approaching, his face showed a mixture of relief and sorrow that captured perfectly the complex emotions of the moment. "Brother," he said, clasping Aldrich's hand firmly, "thank God you're safe. Were you able to observe everything? Will you be able to record what happened here?" "Yes, my lord. I saw it all." Aldrich paused, struggling to find words adequate to what he had witnessed. "I saw courage that would have made Aelfred himself proud. I saw a community that proved worthy of its ancestors." Lord Godric nodded, but his expression remained grave. "At a cost, brother. At a terrible cost." It was then that Aldrich learned the full price of their victory. 12 defenders had been killed in the fighting, including Oswald, Lord Godric's longtime lieutenant, and Cuthbert, the young farmer who had spoken so passionately about protecting his family's fields. Twice that number had been wounded, some seriously enough that their survival remained in doubt. But perhaps the most shocking loss was one that Aldrich had not witnessed from his position in the storehouse. During the final phase of the battle, when the raiders had attempted their desperate assault on the square, Winfleda had been struck by an arrow while tending to a wounded defender. She was alive, but gravely injured, and her survival was far from certain. The news hit Aldrich like a physical blow. Winfleda, who had embodied everything noble and courageous about the community's response to crisis, who had risked her own safety to heal others, who had entrusted him with her chronicle of the events they had all lived through. She might not survive to see the peace that her sacrifice had helped to secure. As the afternoon wore on, and the immediate tasks of treating the wounded and securing the village were completed, Aldrich found himself at Winfleda's bedside in the makeshift hospital that had been established in the grain storehouse. She was unconscious, her breathing shallow, her face pale from blood loss. but she was alive, and the other women who were tending to her spoke cautiously of hope for her recovery. "She saved at least 6 men today," said Edith, the elderly woman who had become the informal leader of the medical team. "Went right into the fighting to pull them to safety, never mind the danger to herself. If she dies, it won't be because she didn't give everything she had to give." As evening approached and the village began to settle into an uneasy peace, Aldrich found himself thinking about the nature of heroism and the way that stories were born from the actions of ordinary people in extraordinary circumstances. The chronicle he had been copying when this all began was filled with tales of ancient heroes. But the heroes he had witnessed today were farmers and craftsmen, mothers and daughters, people who had found the courage to defend what they loved, not because they were naturally brave, but because they had learned to see themselves as part of something larger than their individual concerns. The raiders' ships were gone, disappearing down the river as quietly as they had come. The immediate threat was over, but Aldrich understood that the real work was just beginning. The community would need to rebuild what had been destroyed, to heal what had been wounded, to find ways to honor the memory of those who had been lost while continuing to live the values for which they had died. As he sat beside Winfleda's bed in the quiet hours after sunset, Aldrich opened the small book she had given him that morning and began to write. Not the formal chronicle that would eventually find its way into the monastery's official records, but the human story of what he had witnessed. The fear and courage, the sacrifice and triumph. The way that ordinary people had found extraordinary strength when it was demanded of them. "Today," he wrote, "the people of Thornwick learned something that no amount of reading or storytelling could have taught them. They learned that the heroes of ancient tales were not superhuman beings blessed with special gifts, but people much like themselves who chose to stand together when standing apart would have been easier." He paused, listening to the sound of Winfleda's breathing, to the quiet conversations of the other wounded, to the distant voices of people beginning the work of rebuilding their community. "The raiders came expecting to find easy prey," he continued. "What they found instead was something that their experience had not prepared them for. A community that had remembered who it was and what it stood for, that had learned to value creation over destruction, cooperation over conquest, love over fear." As the night deepened and the village settled into the first peaceful sleep it had known in days, Aldrich continued to write, recording not just the events of the battle, but the meaning behind them, the human truth that would allow future generations to understand what had really happened in Thornwick on the day the raiders came. Outside his window, the stars were beginning to appear in the clear night sky. The same stars that had looked down on countless other communities facing similar trials throughout history. But tonight, they were looking down on a village that had proven itself worthy of its ancestors, that had written a new chapter in the great continuing story of human courage and community. The hammer had fallen upon the anvil, and both had proven strong enough to withstand the blow. Now came the work of forging something new from the metal that had been tested in the fire. A community that had learned its own strength, that had discovered the true meaning of the stories it told about itself, that had earned the right to pass those stories on to future generations. As dawn breaks over Thornwick for the second time since the raiders' arrival, it illuminates a village transformed. The immediate threat has passed, the enemy ships have disappeared down the river, and the community has proven itself capable of defending what it holds dear. But victory has come at a cost that will be felt for generations. In the empty chairs at family tables, in the scars that will mark both buildings and bodies. in the memories of a day when peace gave way to war, and ordinary people discovered they were capable of extraordinary things. In the makeshift hospital, Winfleda fights for her life, while around her the work of healing and rebuilding begins. The chronicle continues, written now not just in ink on parchment, but in the lived experience of a community that has learned the true meaning of the stories it tells about itself, the price of victory. 3 days after the battle, Winfleda opened her eyes for the first time since the arrow had found its mark. Aldrich was sitting beside her bed in the makeshift hospital when it happened, copying names and details into the chronicle he was keeping of the aftermath, trying to capture not just the facts of what had occurred, but the human cost of their victory. He looked up from his writing to find her watching him, her gaze unfocused but unmistakably aware. "Brother," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the quiet sounds of the other patients in the converted storehouse. Did they leave?" "Yes," Aldrich said, setting down his quill and leaning closer to her bedside. "The raiders withdrew 2 days ago. The village is safe, Winfleda. Your sacrifice, everyone's sacrifice, it wasn't in vain." She closed her eyes for a moment, and Aldrich feared she had slipped back into unconsciousness. But then she spoke again, her words carrying a weight that seemed disproportionate to their quiet delivery. What was the cost? It was the question that had haunted Aldrich since the battle ended, the question that lay beneath all the celebration and relief that had marked the community's initial response to their victory. What was the cost? How did one measure the price of survival against the value of what had been lost? 12 dead, he said simply. 23 wounded, including yourself. 3 houses destroyed by fire, the mill wheel damaged, the church roof partially collapsed from a fire arrow. Winfleda nodded slowly, processing the information. And the families, the children, all safe. Your plan for the shepherd's hut worked. Hilda led the youngest ones to safety before the fighting began, and they're only now returning to the village. No non-combatants were killed, though several were injured helping with the wounded. Good, she said. And in that single word, Aldrich heard an entire philosophy of sacrifice and service, a recognition that some things were worth any personal cost to preserve. Over the following days, as Winfleda slowly regained her strength, and the immediate crisis of treating the wounded gave way to the longer-term challenges of rebuilding and recovery, Aldrich found himself serving as an informal chronicler, not just of events, but of the community's emotional and spiritual journey through the aftermath of trauma. The victory over the raiders had proven something important about Thornwick, that the bonds of community were strong enough to withstand the ultimate test, that the stories they told about themselves were more than mere wishful thinking. But victory had also revealed truths that were harder to celebrate, realities about the cost of standing firm in the face of violence that no amount of preparation could fully anticipate. The funerals began on the 4th day after the battle, starting with Oswald, Lord Godric's lieutenant, whose body lay in state in the great hall of the manor house. Aldrich had known the man only slightly, a gruff, practical soldier who had served the family faithfully for 2 decades. But the grief that his death occasioned throughout the community spoke to connections that ran deeper than casual acquaintance. He taught half the young men in the village how to use a sword, Lord Godric said, as they prepared for the funeral procession. Not because he expected them to become warriors, but because he believed every man should know how to defend his family if the need arose. He saw what happened here coming long before the rest of us did. the funeral procession wound through the village streets that still bore the scars of battle. Broken barriers, burned buildings, bloodstains on cobblestones that no amount of scrubbing seemed able to fully remove. But alongside the evidence of destruction, Aldrich could see signs of renewal and rebuilding. Godwin was already at work repairing the damaged mill wheel, while groups of villagers labored to clear debris and salvage what could be saved from the burned houses. At the graveside, Brother Anselm offered the traditional prayers for the dead, but it was Lord Godric who spoke the words that seemed to capture what Oswald's sacrifice had meant to the community. "We gather not just to mourn a friend and faithful servant," he said, his voice carrying clearly in the still morning air, "but to honor a man who understood that some things are worth dying for." Oswald gave his life not for glory or conquest, but for the simple right of free people to live according to their own values, to raise their children in safety, to build something lasting and good in a world that too often chooses destruction over creation. The words were similar to those Aldrich had heard at other funerals over the years, but they carried a different weight now, spoken over the grave of a man who had died defending the very community that was mourning him. This was not abstract philosophy or distant heroism, but immediate, personal sacrifice that had preserved everything the mourners held dear. Cuthbert's funeral the following day was even more difficult, if such a thing were possible. The young farmer had been barely 25, newly married, with a pregnant wife who now faced the prospect of raising their child alone. As his body was lowered into the earth, he had worked with such dedication. Aldrich found himself thinking about the randomness of death in battle, the way that courage and skill provided no guarantee of survival. He died protecting the fields his grandfather had cleared, his father said, speaking with the kind of simple dignity that Aldrich had come to associate with the farming families of the valley. He knew that if the raiders took this land, it might be generations before anyone could work it again. He chose to make sure that wouldn't happen. One by one, the other funerals followed, each one a reminder of the human cost of their victory, each one an opportunity for the community to reflect on what had been preserved through such sacrifice. There was Edmund the carpenter, who had died defending the workshop where he had crafted furniture for half the families in the village. There was young William, barely 18, who had volunteered to carry messages between defensive positions and had been struck down by a raider's arrow while running to deliver word of an enemy flanking movement. Each death was mourned individually, but collectively, they began to weave a narrative about the nature of heroism and sacrifice that was very different from the tales in the ancient chronicles. These were not legendary warriors seeking glory in battle, but ordinary people who had found themselves in extraordinary circumstances and had chosen to put the welfare of their community above their own survival. Between the funerals, life in Thornwick began to settle into new patterns shaped by both loss and renewal. The physical damage from the battle was being repaired with remarkable speed. Walls rebuilt, roofs mended, barriers cleared away to restore the normal flow of traffic through the village. But the emotional and spiritual recovery was proving more complex, requiring adjustments that went far beyond simple reconstruction. Aldrich found himself spending much of his time with the families of the fallen, not as a priest offering formal consolation, but as someone who had witnessed their loved ones' sacrifice and could speak to the meaning and importance of what they had done. It was a role he had never expected to fill, but one that seemed to emerge naturally from his position as the community's unofficial chronicler and storyteller. "Tell me about the moment he died," asked Margaret, Cuthbert's widow, during one of these visits. "I need to know that it meant something, that he didn't suffer, that he knew why he was fighting." Aldrich had not witnessed Cuthbert's death directly. The young farmer had fallen during the fighting around the second barrier, while Aldrich was observing from his position in the storehouse, but he had spoken with others who were there, had pieced together the circumstances, had learned enough to offer Margaret the comfort she needed. He died, saving 2 of his neighbors, Aldrich told her. When the barrier was overrun and the defenders were falling back, he stayed behind to help carry a wounded man to safety. The raiders were almost upon them when he turned to make a stand, to buy time for the others to escape. He knew what it would cost him, but he chose to pay that price rather than let his friends be captured or killed. Margaret nodded, tears streaming down her face, but her expression showed something that might have been peace. That sounds like Cuthbert. He always said that a man's worth was measured not by what he kept for himself, but by what he was willing to give up for others. These conversations, repeated with variations throughout the community, began to reveal something important about how the people of Thornwick were processing their experience. The battle had been won. The immediate threat had passed, but the real victory lay in the way the community was choosing to understand and remember what had happened. Rather than focusing on the violence and destruction, people were emphasizing the courage and sacrifice that had made survival possible. Rather than dwelling on what had been lost, they were celebrating what had been preserved. Rather than allowing grief to divide them, they were using shared mourning to strengthen the bonds that held them together. This process was perhaps most evident in the way the community was treating the wounded. The 23 men and women who had been injured in the battle were not seen as burdens or objects of pity, but as heroes whose sacrifice had earned them a special place in the community's regard. Families competed to provide care and support. Craftsmen donated their services to adapt homes and workshops for those whose injuries would have lasting effects. And everyone seemed to understand that caring for the wounded was not charity, but honor, a way of acknowledging the debt that the entire community owed to those who had borne the physical cost of their collective survival. Winfleda's recovery became a kind of symbol of the community's own healing process, as she gradually regained her strength and began to move around the village again. People would stop to speak with her, to thank her for her service, to ask about her health, and offer whatever assistance she might need. But more than that, they would ask her to tell them about what she had seen during the battle, about the courage she had witnessed, about the meaning she had found in the midst of violence and chaos. "I keep thinking about something that happened during the fighting," she told Aldrich during one of their conversations as she continued to recover. "I was treating a wounded man, one of the raiders actually, who had been left behind when his companions retreated. He was dying, and he knew it, but he looked at me with such confusion, such incomprehension." "What do you mean?" "He couldn't understand why I was trying to help him. He kept asking why I wasn't afraid of him, why I wasn't running away or trying to hurt him. I think he had never encountered the idea that someone might choose healing over revenge, compassion over cruelty. It made me realize how different our worlds were, not just in terms of what we believed, but in terms of what we thought was possible. It was an insight that captured something essential about what the battle had really been about. The raiders had come to Thornwick expecting to find a community governed by the same principles that ruled their own lives. Might makes right. The strong take from the weak. Survival justifies any action. What they had encountered instead was a different way of organizing human relationships, based on mutual support, shared responsibility, and the belief that some things were worth defending regardless of the personal cost. As the weeks passed and the immediate aftermath of the battle gave way to longer-term recovery, Aldrich found himself working on 2 different chronicles simultaneously. The first was the official record that would eventually be added to the monastery's collection, a formal account of events that focused on military tactics, casualty figures, and the broader historical significance of the community's successful defense. But the second chronicle was more personal, more immediate. The human story of how ordinary people had faced an extraordinary test and had emerged changed but not broken. This was the story that Winfleda had begun in her small book. The story that captured not just what had happened, but what it had felt like, what it had meant to the people who lived through it. The real victory, he wrote in this more personal chronicle, was not the defeat of the raiders, though that was certainly important. The real victory was the discovery that the bonds holding this community together were stronger than anyone had dared to hope. When tested by fire and sword, when faced with the choice between individual survival and collective sacrifice, the people of Thornwick chose to stand together. That choice, more than any military strategy or tactical advantage, was what made their survival possible. The harvest season arrived earlier than usual that year, as if nature itself were eager to move beyond the violence of summer toward the promise of renewal that autumn represented. The fields that Cuthbert and others had died to defend were heavy with grain. The orchards were laden with fruit, and the community threw itself into the work of gathering the year's bounty with an intensity that seemed to carry emotional as well as practical significance. "We're not just harvesting crops," Lord Godric observed, as he watched the villagers working in the fields. "We're harvesting the meaning of what we fought for. Every sheaf of grain, every basket of apples, they're proof that the sacrifice was worthwhile, that life continues, that the future we defended is actually coming to pass." The harvest feast that year was unlike any that had come before. It was held not in celebration of abundance alone, but in remembrance of those who had made that abundance possible. 12 empty chairs were placed at the head table, each one representing one of the fallen defenders. Each one a reminder that the community's survival had come at a cost that could never be forgotten. But if the feast was marked by sorrow, it was also characterized by something that might have been called joy. The deep satisfaction that comes from having faced the ultimate test and emerged victorious. The knowledge that the community had proven itself worthy of the legacy it had inherited from previous generations. Aldrich was asked once again to serve as storyteller for the evening, but his role was different this time. Rather than telling ancient tales of distant heroes, he was asked to tell the story of what had happened in Thornwick itself, to help the community understand its own experience in the context of the larger human story of courage and sacrifice. 3 months ago, he began, standing in the same village square where he had first told the story of Aelfred the Bold, you asked me to share with you the tales of ancient heroes, to remind you of the courage and wisdom that your ancestors had passed down through the generations. Tonight, I want to tell you a different story, the story of heroes who are not ancient, who are not distant, who are sitting here among us. He spoke of the battle, but not in terms of tactics and casualties. Instead, he told the human story, of farmers who had learned to fight, of craftsmen who had turned their skills to the creation of weapons, of women who had risked their lives to heal the wounded, of young people who had discovered courage they never knew they possessed. The chronicle I have been copying, he said, is filled with stories of communities that faced similar trials. Some survived, some did not. The difference was never a matter of superior weapons or better fortifications. The difference was always the same. Whether the people involved remembered who they were and what they stood for, whether they chose to stand together or to stand alone. As he spoke, Aldrich could see in the faces around him the same transformation that had taken place during the harvest feast 3 months before. But this time, the change was deeper, more permanent. These people had not just heard stories about heroism, they had lived it. They had not just been told about the importance of community, they had proven it with their own actions. "You are no longer the same people who gathered here in the spring," he told them. "You have been tested by fire and proven worthy. You have written your own chapter in the great continuing story of human courage and community. And that chapter will inspire others, just as the ancient stories inspired you." The response was not cheers or applause, but something deeper, a quiet recognition of truth, an acknowledgement of what they had accomplished and what it meant for their future. They had not just survived the raiders' assault, they had discovered something about themselves that would sustain them through whatever challenges lay ahead. As the evening progressed and the formal storytelling gave way to more personal sharing, Aldrich found himself listening to the community's own version of what had happened. Each person who spoke added another detail, another perspective, another piece of the larger mosaic that was emerging from their collective memory. Godwin spoke of the moment when his son had taken up the ancient warhammer, of the pride and terror he had felt watching Aelred step forward to face the raiders, when Fleda, still weak but determined to participate, told of the wounded raider who had died in her arms, confused to the end by her compassion. Lord Godric described the moment when he had realized that they were not just going to survive the assault, but actually repel it, when defense had transformed into victory. Each story was different, but together they wove a narrative that was larger than any individual experience, a collective memory that would be passed down to future generations as part of the community's identity. This was how legends were born, Aldrich realized. Not from the actions of superhuman heroes, but from the accumulated courage of ordinary people who chose to do extraordinary things when circumstances demanded it. As the feast drew to a close and people began to make their way home through streets that were peaceful once again, Aldrich found himself walking with Winfleda toward the house where she was staying while she continued her recovery. The night was clear and cool, with stars visible overhead and the sound of the river flowing gently in the distance. "I've been thinking about what you said tonight," she said as they walked, "about how we've written our own chapter in the great story. Do you think it's finished? Our chapter, I mean?" Aldrich considered the question, thinking about everything that had happened since he first arrived in Thornwick, about the transformations he had witnessed, about the community that had emerged from the crucible of crisis. "I don't think any chapter is ever really finished," he said finally. "What happened here this summer, the battle, the victory, the way you've all chosen to remember and honor it, that's not an ending. It's a beginning. You've learned something about yourselves that will shape everything you do from now on. What have we learned? That the stories are true. That ordinary people really can do extraordinary things when they remember who they are and what they stand for. That community is not just a nice idea, but a practical reality that can sustain people through the worst that life can offer." They walked in comfortable silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts about what the future might hold. The immediate crisis had passed, but Aldrich understood that the real test of what had been accomplished would come in the years ahead, as the community worked to live up to the example it had set for itself. "Will you stay?" Winfleda asked as they reached her door. "I know you came here to copy the chronicle, and that work is finished. But there's more to be written now. The story of what happens next, of how a community that has learned its own strength chooses to use that knowledge." It was a question that Aldrich had been asking himself for weeks, ever since the battle had ended and the immediate work of recovery had begun. His original mission was complete. The ancient chronicle had been copied, preserved for future generations. But he had discovered something in Thornwick that he had not expected to find. Something that made the prospect of returning to the quiet isolation of the monastery seem suddenly inadequate. "I think I will stay," he said, "at least for a while. There are more stories to tell, more chapters to write, and I've learned that the most important chronicles are not the ones that record what happened in the distant past, but the ones that help communities understand what's happening in their own time." As he made his way back to the monastery that night, Aldrich found himself thinking about the nature of endings and beginnings, about the way that stories connected past to present and present to future. The chronicle he had been copying when this all began was finished, but the story it told continued in the lives of the people who had heard it, who had been inspired by it, who had proven themselves worthy of the legacy it represented. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities to live up to the example that had been set. There would be more stories to tell, more chapters to write in the great continuing narrative of human courage and community. The raiders were gone, but the work of building and maintaining a society based on mutual support and shared values would continue for generations to come. In his cell, as he prepared for sleep, Aldrich opened the chronicle he was keeping of contemporary events and wrote one final entry for the day. The battle for Thornwick is over, but the victory it represents is just beginning. A community has learned its own strength, has discovered that the bonds holding it together are stronger than any force that might seek to break them. That knowledge, that confidence, that commitment to standing together, these are the real fruits of what was accomplished here. These are the gifts that will be passed on to future generations, the legacy that will inspire others to find their own courage when their time of testing comes. He set down his quill and looked out the window at the village below, where lights still flickered in a few windows and the sound of quiet conversation drifted up the hill. It was a peaceful scene, but it was a peace that had been earned through sacrifice, a tranquility that rested on the foundation of proven courage and demonstrated commitment. The last summer before the world changed was ending, but the world that was emerging from that change was one that had been shaped by the choices made in Thornwick. Choices that proved that community was stronger than conflict, that creation was more powerful than destruction, that love was ultimately more enduring than fear. The chronicle continued, written now not just in ink on parchment, but in the daily lives of people who had learned what they were capable of when they stood together. And that, perhaps, was the most important story of all. As autumn settles over Thornwick, the community continues its work of healing and rebuilding. But the scars of battle, both physical and emotional, remain visible reminders of the summer's trials. The harvest feast has become a celebration not just of abundance but of survival, not just of the year's crops but of the values that made their preservation possible. In the monastery above the village, Brother Aldrich continues his work as chronicler, but his role has evolved far beyond simple copying. He has become the keeper of living memory, the one who helps the community understand its own story and find meaning in its experience. The raiders are gone, but their legacy lives on in the knowledge that Thornwick has gained about itself, knowledge that will shape its future in ways that no one can yet fully imagine. The chronicle complete. 5 years later, the morning sun slanted through the windows of the scriptorium, illuminating dust motes that danced in the golden air like tiny spirits celebrating the dawn of another day. Brother Aldrich sat at his writing desk, his quill moving steadily across the parchment as he worked to complete what had become the most important project of his life. Not the ancient chronicle he had originally come to Thornwick to copy, but the new chronicle that had grown from the events of that transformative summer 5 years before. The manuscript before him was thick now, hundreds of pages that told the story not just of a single battle, but of a community's journey from innocence through trial to a kind of wisdom that could only be earned through experience. It was a chronicle unlike any other in the monastery's collection. Part history, part philosophy, part meditation on the nature of courage and community, and the bonds that hold human societies together. Brother Aldrich, called a voice from the doorway. He looked up to see a young monk named Brother Marcus, one of the newer arrivals to the monastery who had come to serve as Aldrich's assistant in the scriptorium. Lord Godric has sent word. The delegation from Winchester has arrived, and they're ready to hear the chronicle read. Aldrich nodded, setting down his quill and carefully blotting the ink on the page he had been writing. Today was the day he had been preparing for over the past year. The formal presentation of the Thornwick Chronicle to a gathering of nobles, church officials, and scholars who had come from across the kingdom to hear the story of what had happened in this small valley and to consider its implications for other communities facing similar challenges. The request for such a presentation had come from the king himself, who had heard rumors of a village that had successfully repelled a major Viking raid through superior organization and community unity rather than military might. In an age when most communities either fled from such threats or were destroyed by them, Thornwick's victory had attracted attention far beyond the local region. As Aldrich gathered the various volumes of his chronicle and prepared to make his way to the great hall where the presentation would take place, he found himself thinking about how much had changed since that summer 5 years ago. Not just in Thornwick, but in his own understanding of what it meant to be a chronicler, a keeper of stories, a bridge between past and future. The village itself had prospered in the years since the battle, but not in ways that anyone might have expected. The successful defense had indeed deterred other raiders, but more importantly, it had attracted settlers, craftsmen and farmers, merchants and scholars, people who had heard the story of Thornwick's victory and wanted to be part of a community that had proven its strength and resilience. The population had nearly doubled, but the growth had been carefully managed to preserve the values and relationships that had made the original victory possible. New arrivals were not simply absorbed into the existing community, but were actively integrated through a process that involved sharing the story of what had happened, understanding the principles that had guided the defense, and making their own commitment to the collective welfare that had proven so essential. Lord Godric had played a crucial role in this process, but he had not acted alone. The battle had revealed and developed leadership capabilities throughout the community, creating a network of individuals who understood both the practical and spiritual dimensions of what they had accomplished. Winfleda had become the village's unofficial historian and keeper of traditions, while Godwin had taken on the role of training coordinator, teaching newcomers not just practical skills, but the philosophy of mutual support that underlay everything they did. Aelred had perhaps changed the most of anyone. The restless young man who had once dreamed of adventure in distant lands had become one of the community's most effective ambassadors, traveling to other villages and towns to share the story of Thornwick's defense and to help other communities prepare for similar challenges. He had married Hilda, the young woman who had volunteered to lead the children to safety during the battle, and together they had become symbols of how the next generation was building on the foundation laid by their parents' sacrifice. As Aldrich made his way through the village toward the manor house where the presentation would take place, he could see evidence everywhere of the prosperity and growth that had followed the victory. New houses lined streets that had been expanded to accommodate the increased population. Workshops buzzed with activity, as craftsmen produced goods not just for local use but for trade with other communities. And the fields surrounding the village had been extended to feed the growing number of residents. But more important than the physical changes were the less visible transformations. The ways that the community had institutionalized the lessons learned during the crisis. There was now a formal system for training all residents in basic defense skills, not because anyone expected another major attack, but because the process of learning to work together for mutual protection had proven valuable in peacetime as well as war. There were regular community meetings where decisions affecting everyone were discussed and debated, ensuring that the unity that had emerged during the crisis was maintained and strengthened during periods of calm. There were ceremonies and celebrations that kept alive the memory of those who had died in the defense, making sure that their sacrifice continued to inspire and guide the choices made by subsequent generations. Perhaps most importantly, there was a conscious effort to share the story of what had happened, not as a source of pride or boasting, but as a gift that might help other communities facing similar challenges. The Thornwick Chronicle that Aldrich had been writing was only one part of this effort. There were also songs and poems, paintings and sculptures, even dramatic performances that brought the story to life for audiences who had not experienced the events themselves. The great hall of the manor house was filled to capacity when Aldrich arrived, with representatives from communities throughout the kingdom gathered to hear what lessons might be drawn from Thornwick's experience. He recognized some of the faces, nobles he had met during his travels, church officials who had visited the monastery, scholars who shared his interest in the relationship between historical narratives and contemporary challenges. But there were also many strangers, people who had come great distances to hear a story that had spread far beyond its original setting. There were farmers from villages that had been raided and destroyed, survivors who hoped to learn how they might rebuild in ways that would prevent future disasters. There were military commanders who wanted to understand how untrained civilians had defeated professional warriors. There were priests and monks who were interested in the spiritual dimensions of community formation and the role that shared beliefs played in creating resilience. Lord Godric stood to introduce the presentation, but his words were brief and focused on the broader significance of what they were about to hear. 5 years ago, he said, his voice carrying clearly throughout the packed hall. Our community faced a test that we had never expected and were not prepared for in any conventional sense. We had no professional soldiers, no elaborate fortifications, no experience in warfare. What we had was something that proved more valuable than any of those things. We had learned to see ourselves as part of something larger than our individual concerns, and we had developed the trust and cooperation necessary to act on that understanding. He paused, looking around the hall at the assembled audience, his gaze taking in the mixture of hope and skepticism that marked many of the faces. The story that Brother Aldrich will share with you today is not primarily about military tactics or defensive strategies, though those elements are certainly present. It is about the transformation of a collection of individuals into a genuine community, and about the power that such transformation can unleash when it is needed most. As Aldrich rose to begin his presentation, he felt the weight of responsibility that had grown familiar over the years since the battle. He was not just telling a story for entertainment or even for historical record. He was sharing knowledge that might literally mean the difference between survival and destruction for some of the communities represented in his audience. The chronicle I will read to you today, he began, covers a period of approximately 4 months, from late spring to early autumn 5 years ago. But the events it describes were shaped by decisions and relationships that had been developing for generations, and their consequences continue to unfold in ways that we are still learning to understand. He opened the first volume of his chronicle and began to read, starting not with the arrival of the raiders, or even with his own arrival in Thornwick, but with the deeper history that had shaped the community's character and prepared it, without anyone realizing it, for the test that was to come. The reading took most of the day, with breaks for meals and discussion, but the audience remained attentive throughout. Aldrich had structured the chronicle to move between different levels of analysis. The immediate, practical details of what had happened, the broader patterns that connected Thornwick's experience to similar events throughout history, and the philosophical implications of what had been learned about human nature and social organization. As he read, he could see different members of the audience responding to different aspects of the story. The military commanders leaned forward during his descriptions of the defensive preparations and battle tactics. The church officials showed particular interest in his analysis of how shared beliefs and values had sustained the community through crisis. The survivors of other raids listened with painful recognition to his accounts of loss and grief and the long process of recovery and rebuilding. But perhaps most gratifying was the response of the farmers and craftsmen who had come seeking practical guidance for their own communities. These were people who understood instinctively the challenges of creating cooperation among individuals with different interests and perspectives, who recognized the difficulty of maintaining unity when immediate threats were not present to force collaboration. The key insight, Aldrich said as he reached the chronicle's conclusion, is that community is not something that happens automatically when people live in proximity to each other. It is something that must be consciously created and continuously maintained through shared stories, common purposes, and mutual obligations that are honored even when, especially when, honoring them requires personal sacrifice. He closed the final volume and looked out at his audience, seeing in their faces the same mixture of inspiration and challenge that he had observed in Thornwick itself during the months following the battle. The people of Thornwick were not naturally braver or wiser or more virtuous than people anywhere else, he continued. What made their victory possible was not superior individual qualities, but superior collective organization, their ability to think and act as a community rather than as a collection of separate individuals. The discussion that followed the reading continued well into the evening, with representatives from different communities sharing their own experiences and challenges, asking specific questions about how the lessons of Thornwick might be applied in their own contexts. Some of the questions were practical: how to organize training, how to create effective leadership structures, how to maintain morale during extended periods of preparation for threats that might never materialize. But others were more fundamental, touching on the deepest questions of human nature and social organization. How do you create trust among people who have reasons to compete with each other? How do you maintain unity when there are legitimate disagreements about priorities and strategies? How do you balance individual freedom with collective responsibility? Aldrich found himself drawing not just on the written chronicle, but on 5 years of observing how Thornwick had grappled with these same questions in the aftermath of their victory. The community had not achieved perfect harmony. No human community ever could. But it had developed mechanisms for addressing conflicts constructively, for making decisions that served the common good while respecting individual concerns, for maintaining the bonds that held them together even when those bonds were strained by disagreement or difficulty. The most important thing to understand, he said in response to one particularly challenging question, is that community is not a destination but a journey. It's not something you achieve once and then possess forever, but something you must choose to create and recreate every day through countless small decisions and actions. As the formal presentation concluded, and the visitors began to disperse to their lodgings for the night, Aldrich found himself in conversation with a small group of church officials who were interested in the theological implications of what they had heard. "What you're describing," said Bishop Edmund, a learned man who had traveled from Canterbury to attend the presentation, "sounds very much like what the early Christian communities must have experienced. The transformation of individuals into something larger through shared commitment to common values." "I think that's exactly right," Aldrich replied. "The specific beliefs may differ, but the underlying process seems to be universal. When people learn to see themselves as part of something larger than their individual concerns, when they develop genuine care for each other's welfare, they become capable of things that would be impossible for any individual acting alone." The conversation continued late into the night, ranging over questions of theology and philosophy, history and practical governance. But underlying all the specific topics was a deeper question about the nature of human society and the conditions that allow communities to flourish rather than merely survive. Over the following days, as the visitors gradually departed and life in Thornwick returned to its normal rhythms, Aldrich found himself reflecting on what the presentation had accomplished and what it might mean for the future. The immediate response had been gratifying. Several communities had already begun implementing some of the organizational innovations that had proven effective in Thornwick, and there were plans for regular gatherings where experiences and insights could be shared. But more important than any specific practical applications was the broader recognition that communities could take conscious control of their own development, that they did not have to simply accept whatever circumstances imposed upon them. The story of Thornwick had become a kind of proof of concept, demonstrating that ordinary people could create extraordinary results when they learned to work together effectively. "You've started something," Winfleda observed during one of their regular conversations about the Chronicle and its impact. "Not just the writing, but the whole process of helping communities understand their own potential. There are people all over the kingdom now who are asking themselves what they might be capable of if they learned to work together the way we did." It was true, and the implications were both exciting and sobering. If the lessons of Thornwick could be successfully applied elsewhere, if other communities could learn to develop the same kind of resilience and unity, it might represent a fundamental shift in how human societies organized themselves. Instead of being victims of circumstance, communities could become active agents in shaping their own destinies. But Aldrich also understood that such transformation was neither easy nor automatic. It required sustained effort, continuous learning, and the willingness to make difficult choices when individual interests conflicted with collective needs. Not every community would be able or willing to make such commitments, and even those that tried would face setbacks and failures along the way. As autumn deepened and the anniversary of the original battle approached, Aldrich found himself working on what he knew would be the final section of the Chronicle. A reflection on what had been learned not just during the crisis itself, but in the years that had followed. It was perhaps the most difficult part of the entire project, requiring him to synthesize not just events and outcomes, but meanings and implications that were still evolving. The victory at Thornwick, he wrote, was not achieved on the day the raiders were repelled, but in the months and years that followed, as the community learned to live up to the example it had set for itself. The real test was not whether they could stand together in the face of immediate danger, but whether they could maintain that unity when the danger had passed, and the normal pressures of daily life reasserted themselves. The anniversary celebration that year was different from those that had come before, marked not just by remembrance of the battle, but by recognition of what had been built on its foundation. The 12 empty chairs were still placed at the head table, still honoring the memory of those who had died in the defense. But surrounding them were dozens of new faces, people who had come to Thornwick because of its reputation, who had been attracted by the story of what had been accomplished there. Aldrich was asked once again to serve as storyteller for the evening, but this time his role was different. Instead of simply recounting what had happened, he was asked to help the community, now much larger and more diverse than it had been 5 years before. Understand how the lessons of the past could guide their choices in the future. "The story I told you 5 years ago," he began, standing in the same village square where he had first shared the tale of Aelfred the Bold, "was about the discovery of strength that you didn't know you possessed. Tonight, I want to tell you a different story, about the responsibility that comes with such discovery, about the obligation to use that strength not just for your own benefit, but for the benefit of others who face similar challenges." He spoke about the visitors who had come to learn from Thornwick's example, about the communities that were trying to apply its lessons, about the broader movement toward conscious community building that was spreading throughout the kingdom. But he also spoke about the challenges and difficulties that such efforts involved, about the failures and setbacks that were inevitable parts of any attempt to create something better. "You have become more than just a successful community," he told them. "You have become a symbol, an example, a source of hope for people who are struggling to create something better in their own lives and their own places. That is both an honor and a burden. An honor because it recognizes what you have accomplished. A burden because it means that others are depending on you to continue living up to the standard you have set." The response was thoughtful rather than celebratory, reflecting the maturity that the community had developed over the years since the battle. These were people who had learned that real achievement required sustained effort, that maintaining what had been won was often more difficult than winning it in the first place. As the evening progressed, and the formal program gave way to more informal conversation, Aldrich found himself surrounded by people who wanted to share their own stories, not just about the battle and its aftermath, but about the smaller daily choices that had shaped the community's development over the intervening years. There was Thomas, the young man who had served as a messenger during the battle and had since become one of the community's most effective organizers, helping to integrate new arrivals and maintain the cooperative spirit that had proven so essential. There was Martha, the baker who had fed the defenders during the crisis and had since expanded her work to include teaching cooking skills to newcomers and organizing community meals that brought people together across family and occupational lines. Each story was different, but together they illustrated a crucial point that Aldrich had tried to emphasize in his chronicle, that communities were built not through grand gestures or heroic moments, but through countless small acts of consideration and cooperation, through daily choices to put collective welfare ahead of individual convenience. "The battle was just the beginning," said Edith, the elderly woman who had become one of the community's most respected voices on matters of tradition and continuity. "The real work has been everything that came after. learning to live together, to make decisions together, to build something that could last not just through one crisis, but through all the ordinary challenges of daily life. As the celebration wound down and people began to make their way home through streets that were peaceful and prosperous, Aldrich found himself walking with Lord Godric toward the monastery. The two men had developed a close friendship over the years, based on shared commitment to understanding and preserving what had been accomplished in Thornwick. "What comes next?" Lord Godric asked as they climbed the hill toward the monastery gates. "The chronicle is complete, the story has been told, the lessons have been shared. What's your next project?" It was a question that Aldrich had been pondering for months, as the work on the chronicle drew toward its conclusion, and he began to consider what role he might play in the broader movement that Thornwick's example had helped to inspire. "I think," he said slowly, "that the real work is just beginning. What we've accomplished here is important, but it's only one example, one experiment in conscious community building. There are hundreds of other communities facing similar challenges, trying to learn similar lessons. Someone needs to help connect them, to facilitate the sharing of experiences and insights, to help create a network of mutual support and learning. You're talking about becoming a traveling chronicler, a keeper of stories for multiple communities rather than just one." "Something like that. The individual stories are important, but the patterns that connect them may be even more important. If we can understand what makes some communities successful and others not, if we can identify the principles that seem to work across different contexts and circumstances, we might be able to help many more people than we could by focusing on just one place." Lord Godric nodded thoughtfully. "It's ambitious and dangerous, traveling from community to community, many of them in areas where raiders or bandits might still be active. Yes, but necessary. The knowledge we've gained here is too valuable to keep to ourselves, and there's still so much to learn about how these principles apply in different environments, with different populations, facing different kinds of challenges." As they reached the monastery and prepared to part ways for the evening, Lord Godric clasped Aldrich's hand in a gesture that conveyed both friendship and respect. "Whatever you decide to do," he said, "know that you'll always have a home here in Thornwick. You've become part of our story, part of what makes us who we are. That bond won't be broken by distance or time." In his cell that night, Aldrich sat down to write what he knew would be the final entry in the Thornwick Chronicle. It had been 5 years since he had first arrived in the village as a simple copyist, concerned only with preserving ancient texts. Now he was preparing to leave as something very different, a chronicler of contemporary events, a student of community formation, a keeper of stories that were still being written. "The Chronicle of Thornwick," he wrote, "ends not with a conclusion, but with a beginning. The community that emerged from the crucible of crisis 5 years ago has proven that the lessons it learned were not temporary adaptations to emergency conditions, but permanent insights into the nature of human cooperation and the conditions that allow societies to flourish." He paused, thinking about all the stories he had heard and recorded, all the lives he had observed being transformed by the experience of genuine community. But Thornwick's story is not unique. It is simply one example of what becomes possible when people learn to see themselves as part of something larger than their individual concerns. Across the kingdom, in communities large and small, similar experiments are taking place. Similar lessons are being learned. Similar transformations are occurring. He dipped his quill again and continued writing, his words flowing easily as he tried to capture the sense of possibility and responsibility that had grown from his years of observation and reflection. The real chronicle, the one that matters most, is not written in any book, but in the daily lives of people who have learned to choose cooperation over competition, creation over destruction, love over fear. That chronicle continues to be written every day, in every choice made by every person who understands that their individual welfare is inseparably connected to the welfare of their community. As dawn broke over Thornwick for what he knew might be the last time for many months or even years, Aldrich completed his final entry and closed the thick volume that contained 5 years of careful observation and reflection. The chronicle was complete, but the story it told was far from over. Later that morning, as he prepared for his departure, Aldrich was surprised by the number of people who came to see him off. It seemed that half the village had gathered in the square to wish him well, and to express their gratitude for what he had done to help them understand and preserve their own story. Winfleda was there, of course, her health fully restored, and her role as the community's historian firmly established. She pressed into his hands a small package that he knew without opening contained copies of the songs and poems that had grown up around the story of the battle, the folk versions of the chronicle that would ensure its survival even if all the written copies were lost. Godwin and Aelred were there as well, representing the continuity between generations that had proven so important to the community's resilience. The older man had crafted a special gift for Aldrich's journey, a small but perfectly balanced hammer, suitable for a traveling craftsman, but inscribed with symbols that connected it to the ancient weapon that had played such a crucial role in the battle. For protection, Godwin said as he presented the gift, but also for remembrance. Wherever you go, whatever communities you visit, remember that the tools we use to build are the same ones we use to defend what we've built. Lord Godric's farewell was more formal, but no less meaningful. He presented Aldrich with letters of introduction to nobles and church officials throughout the kingdom, documents that would open doors and provide access to communities that might otherwise be suspicious of traveling strangers. "You carry with you more than just a story," he said, as the time for departure finally arrived. "You carry hope, the knowledge that ordinary people can accomplish extraordinary things when they learn to work together. That's a precious cargo, brother. Guard it well and share it generously." As Aldrich's cart rolled out of Thornwick and began the journey that would take him to communities throughout the kingdom, he found himself thinking about the nature of endings and beginnings, about the way that stories connected past to present and present to future. The chronicle he had written was complete, but it was also incomplete, a single chapter in a much larger story that was still being written by countless people in countless places. Behind him, the village continued its daily life, its people going about their work with the quiet confidence that came from knowing who they were and what they were capable of. The lessons learned in crisis had become habits of cooperation that would serve them well in whatever challenges lay ahead. Ahead of him lay communities that were struggling with their own challenges, their own questions about how to create societies that honored the best in human nature while acknowledging its limitations. Each would have its own story, its own lessons to teach and learn, its own contribution to make to the great continuing narrative of human community. The chronicle was complete, but the story continued, and Brother Aldrich, no longer a simple copyist but a keeper of living memory, traveled on to help write the next chapters in that endless, essential story of how ordinary people learned to do extraordinary things by choosing to stand together rather than apart. In the monastery scriptorium he had left behind, The completed chronicle rested on its shelf alongside the ancient texts he had originally come to copy. But unlike those historical documents, this one was not a record of distant events, but a guide for contemporary action. Not a monument to past achievements, but a blueprint for future possibilities. The last summer before the world changed had ended 5 years before. But the world that had emerged from that change was still being shaped by the choices made in Thornwick and in countless other communities where people had learned that they could take conscious control of their own destinies, that they could create the kind of societies they wanted to live in, rather than simply accepting whatever circumstances imposed upon them. The chronicle was complete, but the story it told was eternal. The story of human beings learning to be fully human, learning to create communities worthy of their highest aspirations, learning that the bonds connecting one heart to another were stronger than any force that might seek to break them. And in that truth, in that hope, in that endless possibility for renewal and transformation, lay the real victory that had been won in Thornwick. Not just the defeat of raiders, but the discovery of what people could accomplish when they remembered who they were and what they stood for, when they chose to write their own stories rather than let others write those stories for them. The chronicle was complete. The story continued, and somewhere on the roads of the kingdom, a traveling monk carried with him the knowledge that ordinary people could do extraordinary things, that communities could consciously shape their own destinies, that the future was not fixed, but could be created through the accumulated choices of individuals who had learned to see themselves as part of something larger than their own immediate concerns. The last summer before the world changed had become the first summer of a world transformed. Not through conquest or catastrophe, but through the quiet revolution of people learning to live together in ways that honored both individual dignity and collective responsibility. And that revolution, like all the most important changes in human history, would spread not through force but through example, not through compulsion but through inspiration, not through the power of armies but through the power of stories that helped people understand what they were capable of when they chose to stand together. The chronicle was complete. The work continued. And the story, the great, eternal, ever-renewing story of human community, went on. 20 years after the Battle of Thornwick, the principles pioneered in that small valley had spread throughout the kingdom and beyond. Communities across the land had learned to organize themselves for mutual defense and support, creating networks of cooperation that made large-scale raiding both more difficult and less profitable. The age of Viking raids was drawing to a close, not through military conquest, but through the simple fact that communities had learned to make themselves too costly to attack and too valuable to destroy. Brother Aldrich's travels had taken him to hundreds of communities, and his chronicles filled an entire wing of the great library at Winchester. But more important than any written record were the living communities that had learned to apply the lessons of Thornwick to their own circumstances and challenges. The village itself had become a place of pilgrimage for those seeking to understand the principles of conscious community building. Winfleda, now an elderly woman, served as its unofficial historian and guide, sharing the story with visitors who came from as far away as Ireland and the continent. Lord Godric had died peacefully in his sleep, but his son had continued the family tradition of enlightened leadership, adapting the community's governance to meet the challenges of growth and prosperity. Aelred had indeed become a traveling ambassador, but not in the way he had once imagined. Instead of seeking adventure for its own sake, he had dedicated his life to helping other communities learn the lessons his own had discovered. His children, raised on the stories of their grandfather's courage and their community's triumph, carried those lessons into a new generation that would face challenges their parents could not imagine. The chronicle that Brother Aldrich had begun as a simple copying project had become one of the most influential texts of its age, not because it told the story of great kings or mighty battles, but because it demonstrated that ordinary people could shape their own destinies through conscious choice and collective action. It had been copied and translated, adapted and expanded, becoming the foundation for a new understanding of how human communities could organize themselves for both prosperity and resilience. But perhaps the most important legacy of the Thornwick Chronicle was not any specific lesson or technique, but the simple recognition that communities could take conscious control of their own development, that they did not have to be passive victims of circumstance, but could become active agents in creating the kind of society they wanted to live in. The last summer before the world changed had indeed changed the world, not through conquest or catastrophe, but through the quiet revolution of people learning to live together in ways that honored both individual dignity and collective responsibility. And that revolution, like all the most important changes in human history, continued to spread through the power of example, through the inspiration of stories that helped people understand what they were capable of when they chose to stand together. The chronicle was complete, the work continued, and the story, the great, eternal, ever-renewing story of human community, went on, written not in ink on parchment, but in the daily choices of people who had learned that they could create the future they wanted to inhabit.